All right, and we are finally back to some Captain of Industries today. Been a minute, I know. Fortunately, life happens. Things get busy, but we're back. All right, stop rotating me, please. Thank you, game. Now we get the fun challenge of figuring out where we were again. Oh, that's right. Food production. We had finally actually got all this designed and laid out last go around. So, I suppose today's going to be mostly getting that built. Probably getting some coal train action going. And maybe starting on nuclear things? We'll see. Should be a good time, though. Get this going here. Alright. Let's see. What do we want to build first? Kind of just everything. I think I kind of just want everything online. Do a quick run through. Make sure that I didn't leave any stone unturned last go around. But I think we got just about everything. Oh, salt production. That's right. We needed to work on some salt. Okay. Animal feeds all hooked up, ready to go though. That's our compost barrel. Why is that not taking from these guys over here? I don't have that hooked up yet. That would be why. Alright, that's fine. That should be nice and easy to set up. So we'll add that real quick. It'll be straight on over and underneath there. Then we're good to go. Fuel gas, technically we need to do something with that as well. And honestly, kitchen's here. I'm gonna end up moving fertilizer. That's fine for the moment. Probably just throw some fuel gas here-ish. Yeah. That's probably fine. Fuel gas. Not too concerning anyways. This is just the overflow. Fluid. Do I want... Let's see here. I probably want the ability for vehicles to come through here at some point. Just in case. So maybe we do actually move this a little bit further away. That can get centered. Something like that. These do not produce much fuel gas. Okay. Alright, there we go. We should still put some sort of overflow in here, though. Brain? Where is it? Other stack. Here we go. There we go. Just in case the storage does fill up eventually before we deal with it. But otherwise, we should be good to go. So, let's get all this at least starting to be built. The only thing I think I'm going to pause for now is the farms themselves. Keep that on hold, because I need to go produce some salt. Now, we have a load of brine from these desalination plants, but I'm kind of thinking to make another set of desalination over here. Because we're probably going to need more water up on top of the mountain anyways for our farming activities. So it kind of makes sense to just ship the water up from a fresh desalination plant. And that can produce our salt as well. So that's what we'll do. I'm going to copy at least a majority of what we've designed down here, but I think I want to change a couple things with it. Like there, I suppose. That's right, you pipes are gonna complain about shit. You know, let's rerun these, actually, so that doesn't happen anymore. I have an idea on how to do that. We should be able to keep the same height level, bring it along. And for symmetry purposes, we're going to do that. I can loop up and in. So it shouldn't complain about the supports not being able to be placed anymore. Hopefully. That is the steam pipe coming in. Overflow the brine that way. Need a boiler. Where's that at again? Here we go. Yeah, we'll just stick to some coal boiling. It'll be fine. But I think I'm going to do it a little bit more in line this time. Something like that should do. Realistically, I should be extracting this exhaust and sending it to our filtration system. It's not going to be all that much from over here. I don't feel like dealing with it for the second. So, that's fine. Now, how do I want to deal with the water and brine situation? Brine's fairly easy because literally I'm just going to be converting all of this into salt. So just like this. And I want this mountain out of the way, but it's fine. We'll work around it for now. 96 per minute is one of those. 2 of these does 4. We need a little bit more than 2. I can't just direct ratio it, which is mildly annoying, but we'll make it work. Thing is too, actually, guys, if I'm gonna do this, I need to make sure that we're always producing salt. Which means if we end up designing this like our old desalination plant, it'll back up on water, and it won't produce brine unless we need water. It does mean that we might not produce enough salt for what we need. How do I want to do this? I guess I could just set up either a priority system with the pipes to mix the brine and seawater, and seawater only comes in if we're out of brine. It would lower our salt production, but I think that would be fine. I think I'm going to do that. Have seawater be a lower priority. Each one of these sections will essentially have two piles of Mark IV pipe. Gives us a little bit of buffer in the pipe. And then we can have a balancer on it to pull from. But yes, if I'm going to do that, I can make it more compact. Something like that. Okay. We'll throw that direction. See how we can go there. That does still mean I want all my brine to come up and over. And we're probably actually moving our liquid dump for it onto the other side. That'd be a little easier. Something like that. Okay. So we'll prioritize. We're going to have an output here. Prioritize that out. Otherwise, it'll be dumped. Okay. Do essentially the same thing. One tile up for the water. That's not going to work. Move you over, move you over. Give me another pipe here and here. And you can now be a straight pipe instead of doing your weird little wiggle. Alright. Priorities out on that side. And priorities out on that side. Cool. However, I'm going to actually split the priority on the water. No, because that needs to fall through. My output on that pipe? No, it's too low. I should have built this taller. It's fine. I do not need a Mark IV pipe for this. Is that the most elegant solution? No, but it works. And that works for me. Alright, let's get at least two of these going. Like that. These will feed through on the back row. Yep. Which does mean somewhere here, I'll do a little small bucket for some water, kickstart the system. Just gonna truck some in. That will get us started. I just realized though. Oh, hello, loud train. I'm wanting the shit to go up the mountain. In terms of the water. I should really have this flow in the opposite direction. Also, random little thought. What speed are you currently going at? Yeah, you're still holding 90 all the way up. You're actually doing... Oh, no, sorry. 68 is where it dropped down to. Okay. I was checking that because I saw today there was a patch that went out. I guess there was a bug with trains climbing hills much easier than they should have been. So I was slightly concerned about our little bridge setup here. But that looks to be operating just fine. Alright, flip this around. I want the flow going towards the mountain. We'll give ourselves a little bit of space. Yeah. We'll have a fluid store for water. And for the brine. I'm not loving where this is in relation to the mountain, but it'll be fine. Grab the pass-throughs here. That can just drop straight off. There we go. Okay. That will give us water and brine. This will kickstart everything. I do need a coal supply. We don't actually have the coal train built yet, so probably just gonna have trucks bring over some coal for the moment. I'm expecting this to expand, so we'll bring this somewhere, I don't know, here. Just to put another one. Yeah, that works fine. Coal. And run you through. These by no means need Mark III belts, but we got the resources at this point. I don't really care. That's enough, but it should be in theory. 42 per minute times 8 is our potential. So we're looking at 336 divided by 96. 3.5 of these. Okay. That's fine. Tool. That brine, I'm just ship it back over this direction. We can probably start the evaporation pond somewhere like here. In which case, if I'm doing that, let's actually move the coal bucket over here. Let connect. Where's you? There we go. That will work for me. Brian's gonna come out over this way. Lift it up. We'll have to deal with bullshit with the mountain, but that's fine. Right along this level. Yeah, mountains don't be in our way for a second, but that's fine. And let's drop those in on the left side. And set those up to be priority. Yep. Now I just need some regular ocean water pumping. Which I guess we want to plan for expandability. Could honestly just put them where they're gonna be anyways. If we end up expanding this, and that should be fine. 108, yeah, that will be perfect. this side over here. And drop it down. Reverse all of these because I placed them backwards. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that way if we want to upgrade this, all we gotta do is destroy those pipes and copy it over. It'd be nice and easy. Okay, that gets us at least a decent supply of salt. Which we'll place a nice big bucket, because I'm just gonna have trucks take this shit up where it needs to go. It's not that big of a quantity, and it's kind of easy to do right now. Why would you do that? Don't do that, game. I know you're trying to avoid a water pipe connection, but you don't need to. Request call in. High priority, please. That should work and produce us a nice bit of salt. Start getting that built. Now, getting a water pipe up this mountain is going to be another issue. Also seeing a large amount of notifications. Why? You're out of mining locations. I'll admit that's kind of shocking. God dang, you guys have been putting in work. Jesus. Alright, let's keep kind of expanding this side down. Something like that. And then down at, say, this level, we'll just start tearing into the mountain. Something like that. Alright, low supply of animal feed. Your fresh bucket, I don't care. Cooking oil, don't care. Both those potatoes, yeah, I'm not surprised that's a problem, but it's fine. You're just complaining about the areas. Bread, makes sense. No compatible sorting plant. Why? You have one. It's trucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I must have reduced our number of trucks over here. But remove that, and should be good to go again. Okay, let's start trying to run a water pipe. This is the slight issue because I want to leave this open for our larger trucks to be able to navigate. So, we're probably actually running this kind of parallel to the road for now. Something like that probably works. And we will get a ramp up here at the top. I don't know, does that... Will that path find if I put that right at the slope? Or is that gonna cause problems? Only one way to find out, I guess. Let's see. Nope, it worked just fine. Hey, you, repath. You don't need to go down that way. Nice. Okay, and chop that right there. And just run the pipe underneath. Cool. Get that built. I'll actually just build it with Unity. You are struggling to get somewhere. Where and why? It's all the intricate bits in here. Nice chunk of Unity. We'll just complete a large majority of this. We should be good to go. Yeah, something like that. Water. You guys being delivered? Yes, cool. You don't need to bring in any more. That will be enough to start the process. Quickly build that. Good. Cycle through all these and get everything started. Cool. Delete you, delete you. Don't need those anymore. Eat that real quick. And we have salt. Cool. Now, are we actually requesting it up here? You. Yes. I don't think we've got the quantity to be able to ship any yet, though. But that's fine. We got plastic coming, we got limestone, we got sulfur up here. You are trying to get here and can't. Are these bridges placed too close together that it can't path to that? Damn. That's unfortunate is what that is. Why are you trying to get here anyways? We have no corn. That must have been a last-in notification. I'm gonna ignore it for now and see if anything breaks. Alright, we have salt production. Water isn't quite hooked up yet, but that's fine. We can start building these at least. Build at least what I can with Unity, which is only about half of it. That's fine. Fertilization, we won't be getting... Oh, no, actually, we will get that. I forgot we started shipping a whole bunch up here. Okay. I still don't think we have the production to sustain that. But only one way to find out, I suppose. Reservoir's empty. Fine. How do I want to hook this in? US pizza time. Pizza time! You having pizza tonight? What kind of pizza you get? That actually sounds really good. And I just ate. So I should not be thinking about food again, but here we are. Get rid of these designations. Oh, I didn't realize you guys actually finished all your work. Let's send you down the mountains so you can clean up the area I need you on. There you go. All right. This water pipe's gonna be messy for now, but it's fine. Just gonna run it along the side of the tree designations and kind of call it a day. Stuffed pizza Domino's, or cheaper with points. Yeah, dude, oh god. Don't get me started on stuffed crust, Domino's pizza. I just got some and finished mine. I don't have any left. Damn it. Now you've made me hungry again. And hungry for something that I don't have access to. Nor do I have the funds to get more. Curse you. You should order more. You know, even though I just ate, that is actually tempting, which is really bad. I have an addiction to that shit right now. It is way too good. Oh. But definitely expensive. Glad you had some points for it, because god dang. I think that's the only time that I end up like ordering it mostly through DoorDash, is when DoorDash is like running a special or something. They'll sometimes have like buy one get two or 40% off coupons type of thing. Low supply of rubber. Why are you out of rubber? Hello? I shouldn't be using that much rubber, right? Uh-oh. What went wrong here? Long night, so might as well have a midnight snack. Sounds good, man. What do you got a long night for? You don't normally stay up very late. Okay, we're only making... Oh, God. Game, please. We're only making about 48 a minute. That should be fine, right? Or is it my increase in electronics that actually really pushed us over? Got 12 there, 16, 20. That drops us to 28. Late for me. Fair enough. I suppose that's true. The rubber coming in here. Upwards of 8 per minute there. That drops us to 20 per minute in terms of consumption. Rubber belt, you are just being fed into there, so that's it for belt work. Outside of belts that you're being transported by truck is electronics 2. It's consuming 4, 8, 6, 12, 16. That should still leave 4 rubber per minute positive. Are you guys not running solidly? It looks like you're fine. You have plenty of naphtha. Okay, search for rubber. What are we doing here? Boxes. You already checked. You are accounted for. You're the supply. You technically are additional consumption, but you're not doing anything right now. You are still requesting rubber, however. Even then, though, what are you supplying, actually? You're just supplying the depot itself. You should be fine. I'm at a loss for why we're out of rubber. Okay. Maybe I just... Oh, you know what? I think I just siphoned it all up, making these Mark III belts. Yeah, 'cause it's 84 rubber per 100 tiles. So I think it all just got sucked up for that purpose. So I think we're fine. It'll slowly recuperate. As long as my math is correct. Okay, this is working fine. We have lots of brine. Water should be draining, if anything, and it looks like it is. Okay. So we can, for now, get rid of these. I want to get rid of all of these. That's just old infrastructure at this point. Temporarily, I am going to run another pipe over. Do a Mark III. Just because those farms are still going to be active for a moment. I don't know how quickly I'm going to be able to actually deactivate them. Not enough Ooh, damn. Okay. We actually ran out of Mark III components. Supply issue, or are we just consuming that much? We're just consuming that much. Everything's well stocked. We are just building lots and lots of things. Fair enough. Mostly probably these farms. Yeah, 200 apiece. Alright, that's fine. Right. Are you guys producing anything yet, though? Well, we have some sugar, so you must have produced some sugarcane at some point. You guys are starting to work. Alright, we'll speed up the game here. And you are getting your fertilization. Fertilizer's at least holding for now. I don't know how long that's gonna last. Considering how empty those buckets are, not very long. But that's kind of expected right now, so that's okay. That finally got all of its components. Just need the components for these other two here. Put some high priorities. That should work. Why are you guys stuck? Well, because you can't actually access those to build them. Okay, well, that's mildly annoying. Why are we negative on Unity? Do have quite a few edicts active. Don't care about the water saver. I think I actually have enough water production now. We can drop that off. I'd like to actually up the farming boost, but I need some Unity right now. So we'll drop the maintenance a little bit. Should be fine. Fuel, we really can't touch right now. That kind of needs to stay. Alright. Build that one with some Unity. And we only need a little bit extra to get that one going. So that will be good to go. Excavator with no fuel. Why do you have no fuel? Work tower. Where are your fuel stations? You are only assigned to that one. Why is... Okay. Fine. It's fine. I'm not annoyed or anything at all. Okay. That's fine. Those should get fuel now. Don't care about the feed or the oil. Potatoes still a problem. That's okay for now. You guys are all okay. It's just this farm. Get that built. Trucks should stop complaining. We should be fine. We are now short on workers, however. So, we need some more upgraded housing. Which will actually get us some Mark III components back. That'll be good. Turn all of that out. Why is this not working? Hello? Hold up, what the fuck is happening here? Why are you outputting that way? Are you doing the same? Yes. So are you. God dang it. I reversed to these pipes on the left, but not on the right, so I was just backfeeding salt water up into the brine pipe. Oh, God. Okay. Now, in theory, that should work. Once the brine distributes through. Okay, and we'll be making a lot more salt now. That was annoying. I was seeing we were kind of short on power for a moment, which is not ideal. I only have one of these on auto balance now, right? Yeah. Okay, and you are just going no matter what. That's these two. Alright, definitely probably want to start looking at that nuclear power plant because we are teetering on the edge of too much power consumption. Which does mean, for the moment, that I kind of want to stick a diesel generator in here again for backup. We've kind of ran out of a lot of space to do so, however. But I think I can still get a couple in here. Exhaust it for now. And there's a diesel pipe. There's one I'd like to actually take from over here. Oh, hey, we actually still have our old diesel pipe from the previous diesel generators. That works. Can I not go... This is gonna be really stupid, but it works. Okay, and how much do these consume? 18, so yeah, that Mark 1 pipe's fine. Now, put you guys on really, really low priority. And hope you don't eat all of my diesel fuel. Hopefully. Cross my fingers and pray. High supply of wastewater. Well, It has finally come time to activate the rest of our wastewater treatment plant, it seems. Are we backing up on solid waste? Doesn't look like it for the moment. Evil, your truck is struggling. Multiple of you are struggling. Really? Those couple belts causing you guys that many problems, huh? Alright. Continuing to produce sugar. We've got snacks coming. We've got tofu coming. Chickens aren't moved over yet, so none of that's going to be happening quite yet. But we have bread, we have fruit, we have veggies, potatoes. Corn is there, but I think most of it's just being converted into chips. Wheat is, I think, solidly just being turned into bread at the moment. And are we getting any canola for cooking oil? Yeah, at least some. Oh, obviously, yeah. We're making chips, so we've got cooking oil somewhere in these pipes. Okay. Definitely need many, many more farms. That's okay for the moment. Let's get our chickens moved over. So we can take out like 100. Should distribute between those. Beautiful. Do actually another 50. These guys are going to have access to a lot more food than a tiny farm down there. Okay. Be good to go. At least slowly producing salt, so hopefully that's enough production, but we can always expand it. Oh. Ovart, hello! How are you doing today? Doing some Captain of Industries tonight. Research is still fine. Yeah, okay. I think... Oh, I'd like to probably get actually a coal train station set up, and then we can start on nuclear activities. Pretty fine. Crafting screws by hand. Oof. Oh, that's painful. I'd say I don't envy you, but I was literally there yesterday, so I know exactly what you're going through. That is never a fun time. Was it yesterday? I think the day before. I keep getting my days mixed up these days. It's fine. Alright. Get me a set of these belts. Yeah. Did you end up starting a new run? Or like loading up an old one? New save, found out can't stream status without huge FPS drops. Yeah, that's the one thing that's, I don't know. I really, really want to stream it, and at least for right now, I can. But I'm so used to, I used to have a nice, powerful desktop. Unfortunately, the graphics card in that died. Its fans, like the bearings, just exploded. So that was fun. So got a decent laptop, and it can do at least a good amount of work. I don't know how long it's going to last on a satisfactory run with streaming. So we'll see. Any idea why it happened? That car, it was old. That was a, oh god. What was it? It was an old MSI 1080 Ti, but I had a like custom cooler mounted to it, which is what exploded. So it wasn't manufacturer, like, stock. So that might have something to do with it, but regardless. Had a custom cooler mounted to it, and it had been overclocked for, God, like 10 years. And that system basically never shut down. Besides, you know, routine restarts and whatnot. So those fans were going pretty solidly for 10 years straight, at least. And it just exploded. So, yeah, it was great. I knew it was likely going to happen. Well, I didn't think it was going to be as violent as what it ended up. Good lifetime, though. Yeah, no, it was worth it, especially for what I got that card for. Those 1080 Ti's were amazing cards. That thing was still beating out, like, high-end 30 series cards by the end of its lifespan. And I only paid $600 for it, I think, or $700. Which today, I mean, that's unheard of, so... Is buried 2060 from Brother PC, died without problems before. Damn, yeah. Yeah, I kind of knew mine was going. You can start hearing those bearings. I just thought it would end up just actually dying ahead of time. And literally, I was asleep in bed, and I have my computer in just bedroom, and it just exploded and straight up woke me out of my sleep. Because it was in, like, a case with glass panel and shit, and that glass panel does not exist anymore. It said bye-bye to this world. Yeah. I'm just glad I didn't have it, like, near me. It was at least across the room, so, I didn't wake up getting glass shards in my face. Could have been worse, all things considered. But yeah, it's painful because, like I said, this laptop, it's very good. I'm very happy with it, but it's still not my desktop. So I'd like to get that replaced and, nice proper setup going again. But right now, with the pricing of everything, that's not looking very likely for a second. But that's alright. You guys are gonna need space. This is gonna look really ugly for a moment, but it's fine. Maybe. Alright. There we go. See this game and should ask. What are you gonna ask? Some crossings in there, I guess. Oh god, that's at least less horrendous than what you were offering me before, game. We'll take it. A little bit of crossing there, so the trucks don't complain and get all fucking annoying. Alright, you are going to be toll. You can be exported, sure. Don't have an export route. That's fine. If I played SimCity or City Skylines, I played SimCity way back in the day, which makes me fucking sound a lot older than I actually am. But City Skylines, though, definitely have played a lot of that. I will say I've played a lot more of City Skylines 1 than 2. 2, I don't know. I know. I think I had heard recently that they started doing some updates for that game. Way back boomer talk right there. Alright. God. I hate you. Couldn't play City Skylines, so spent a lot in Cities XL. Fair enough. Why don't you play City Skylines? Was it just like too much for your computer at the time? I know when that game launched, its performance was terrible. Oh my god, that shit sucked. Alright, let's get this built. That should be fine. Trucks should be able to build all that. Now, this side for coal. I want to do the same sort of thing. I don't love the spacing that I've kind of left myself here, but fine, we'll make it work. I'm going to slightly move this track, though, I think. Come on. Yeah, straight up 20 FPS after placing first few buildings. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. Oh, what game was it? I'm trying to remember. There was a couple games like that back when, before I got my desktop that exploded. Oh, I accidentally muted my mic there. That I really like to play, but absolutely was not playable on my previous PC. Trying to think what it was. It might have actually been City Skylines. I know it was a city builder, and I'm struggling to remember any others that I was playing back then. But yeah, performance of that game definitely sucked at launch. It was not good. Okay, you actually need to be expanded further than I thought. You know, you're actually temporary tracked, so that's fine. I don't care about you going that sharp. Hello? Unity? Thank you. Alright. Get that all destroyed, rerouted. Get this turned around. And something like this should work. Get coal, loading, copy it across, and this is our coal pickup. And just for continuity's sake, I'm going to stretch that across. Shit. Actually, big shit. I forgot to put a pass-through lane through this station. What am I gonna do about that? Why did I do this? Why did I do any of this? I designed this when it was really late, didn't I? Fuck me. Okay. Well, that's a problem. So I could take the more appropriate action here and deconstruct this copper station and move it to allow my pass-through lane. Or I could go with the really stupid option that's going to look really dumb. And that is to take this track and try and tower over all this mess. It technically works. Oh, that's cursed. Why does that work? I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. Let's see if I can get a little bit better of a curve going here, though. Why not? Okay, well. Come on, game. You can give me a better curve situation than that. Sure. And same over here. Oh, that's terrible. I hate every bit about that. Oh, is that even gonna actually work? I just remembered these stations are designed to pull through. That's not gonna work. I need to back this up. Probably around here. Give me a copy of my measuring stick here. I could bring it forward at least a little bit more. But also, there's not really a reason to, so we'll just keep it back there. That'll be fine. You can go around the back side of this, right? Yeah. Because that's what you're gonna have to do for now. Loose belts. Do 1 and 2. Run a belt there and there. And 1 and 2 over here. And then honestly, coal's not going to be coming down through here very often anyways. I'm just going to run a singular lift over. Actually, if I do this right, we can still let our trucks come through, now that I think about it. We can do that. Destroy these two now. Yeah. Should let the trucks come through still. I'm gonna move these pillars around. Just a touch, though. Alright. Looks like that's the best I'm getting for there. Trucks don't seem to mind, so works for me. Unity, build all of that, please. Build all of this stupid track work. Oh god, I hate it. It's cursed, but it works. So we'll take it, I think. Alright, so coal is now distributing. You are unrestricted. What was the settings down over here? All modules empty request. That works for me. You guys are still digging. Alright, let's get... Oh, I need to make the train line. Yeah, get our train going. Coal. Core? Hello? Coal. For supply. Coal. Oh, why do you do that? Coal for supply. Guess I shouldn't name it ore. It's not really an ore, but fine. Just gonna use one of these presets for the colors. That should be fine. At a stop, you are going to pick up from here and drop off down here. Full of product, empty of product. Nice and simple. You do need some water and coal distributed. We'll get that done. There we go. And we should be good to assign our train. Watch him on its maiden voyage. Get quick drink here. That's right. Technically, that's going to get stuck there, just on its initial journey out. Forgot about that part. I mean, it should be fine once our iron train leaves. Hopefully isn't too long from now. Yeah. That should request momentarily. There we go. Come around, go around the bend, and pick up our coal. Beautiful. Oh, that's right. I took my excavators off of this crew. I'm gonna need them back on. Where did I reassign them to again? I totally forgot where I did with those excavators. Were they the ones that I put on uranium? I've got 4 over there. Limestone is still just all amphibious. Work crews, the megas, so that's not counting. I think I reassigned them to uranium, which is not ideal. Copper has 6, iron has 8. That's seriously not the bottom of the iron. Oh my god, it's not. Okay, hold on. Stop digging. I guess go even fucking deeper with you. Surely 28 is enough. Surely. Good god. Okay. Coal's going off, so that should be all good. Where are... I have 18. Where's my zones? Assigned to mining. That's great. I wish this, like, split this up to what tower has what assigned. Wait, what? Hold on. Does I have 18 of these? Oh, in the default zone. Okay. Default zone, I only have 4. 4 mountain is 14. Which, yeah, is our 8 plus 6. Okay. I think I'm going to send 2 of our megas to be recycled. And then, honestly, maybe 3 of our amphibious trucks, yeah. Grab you, empty you out, go recycle. Empty, recycle, and empty, recycle. Okay. You're gonna start making 5 regular excavators. And 2 of our megas over here can go get recycled. Alright, that's fine. Because we're maxed out on vehicles right now. And that is still something really annoying, that these mega vehicles cannot take the new bridges. But again, with the excavators, I understand. I actually do understand those. I feel like the trucks should be able to. At least the big bridges. That was such a stupid piece of track, I swear. Funny to watch, though. Alright, rail extensions. You're not blocked, you're just being dumb. You are almost completed, though. Good God, we're going through a lot of rock. And slag, for that matter. Okay. That's fine. We'll get it sorted eventually here. Let's try another 2 of those sand buckets we no longer need. Water's filling up good, so that situation at least looks fine for now. Fertilizer's definitely a problem. I'm not surprised by that, though. You guys are not getting enough animal food. I'm not surprised. Once we start backing up on especially things like sugar, we should be in a much better position. And backing up on like corn and potatoes. Even more so something like wheat. But it's just gonna take time to get there. That's alright. Stacking up on the snacks. Not much tofu. Why do we not have much tofu? Hello? Just a lot of soybeans. Alright, fair enough. Salt's at least holding up good, so we're good on that metric. Let's go back to town. I'm going to change one of these fruit buckets, I think, to a snack request. Yep, that will help out with that situation. We're making the other food groups, but it's honestly still not the quantities that I'd like. We start transferring that over. We'll hold off doing anything there. Excavators are coming out, so we can start assigning those over at the coal mine. What button? Alt. There we go. And some trucks. 5 should do. Okay, you're gonna be out of coal now. Yep. I'm not surprised by that. You now have a bucket of coal, though. I would like to get that belt over to the desalination plant that we just built. But I can't get in the way of these trucks, so we build a bridge on this line and lined up with the crossing. Something like that. And then we can take a nice little coal belt on over. We'll take it along the front over here. We can kind of just drop it down through here. Do I leave room for that pipe? Maybe. That should work. Can you manually set a path for trucks? No. No. It's all... Well, kind of. I take that back, actually. Let me hook this up real quick. And disable your import. So on certain buildings, specifically things like storages, you can set up like specific import and export routes, and then you could assign trucks to it. So if you build roads, they still drive everywhere. Sort of. So anywhere that you actually pave, like in this case, I've got cobblestone, but there's quite a few different surfaces you can use. They will prefer to drive on those over just like rock and dirt, because it actually saves them on maintenance like cost. So they do at least prefer that. And then depending on how you kind of lay things out, there are things like these barrier blocks that you can use to essentially force vehicles in certain sort of lanes, if you will. I think I've actually done that up over... Yeah, I did that briefly up over here by our original farms. Because for some reason, even though I had this area paved, they kept swinging wide and just driving on the dirt, which... They're not meant to do that, but they do sometimes still do it. So I walled that off, and now they use that as a nice little road. But yeah, you can get pretty complicated or complex with like setting those up, or you can just let them do whatever the fuck you want. It's pretty free on how you choose to do that. But yeah, there's definitely times, most of the time I let the trucks just kind of do whatever they need to do. But there is points where it's like, okay, I need this storage prioritized in terms of import or export, especially oftentimes when it comes to things like rock disposal or waste, slag, that sort of thing. You end up creating those more dedicated routes, as it were. Or we actually did, was it last chapter? No, second to last chapter of Industry Stream. When we dug out, we had a giant beach here in the middle, and we dug out all of that sand, and then leveled it off with some nice rock. Sand's actually useful. Rock, not so much. They're still without food, that's fine. Got that all going. At least coal's now set up. You still need more excavators. There we go. And we can do 8 now. That should be a nice healthy amount for the coal mine. I should probably expand how wide they're making. Yeah, I need to do that. And expand it like this. I want them to tunnel more or less straight down here. You went flat. Why? There's still supposed to be a ramp. There we go. I want them to more or less tunnel straight down so I have a pathway down to this lower area. But now that we have more excavators, that's more of a problem. I need to stop dumping rock off this cliff. This was a temporary thing, and it's now kind of gone out of control. Good God. I don't know what I was anticipating when I set this up, but it was not this. It's a copy you with the same export routes. Pause these belts. Actually, I'm not gonna be able to do that. Pause these. I don't know, people build new cities this way. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Good God. That is just... I'll turn off the UI. I'm trying to imagine being down here just looking up. Just constant rock slides down. Yep, here comes some. Okay, let's try and deal with that rock in some other form. So that's actually going to get in the way of my future coal mine mission. I'm gonna presume that's another thing I set up when it was late at night and I was not thinking clearly. It's fine. Let's queue up some more tech. Alright, I think we'll feed. Ooh, how are we actually doing on food in here now that we're supplying snacks? How much has some of this dropped? 41 instead of 60. Still demanding the same amount of eggs and shit, but I think it just hasn't updated. 31 instead of... Damn. Fruit consumption's dropped in like half. Even bread's actually almost dropped. Not quite, but almost half. Demand. Okay. Alright. That at least helps us for the moment. While we get things expanded up here. Hopefully we should be able to have lots of food production over here once we're able to expand our farming. But there's a lot of mountain in the way. That's gonna take some time. General work. You guys have finished down here? Yes, you have. Let's get some walls. And just kind of secure that area a little bit more. And then clear off all of your designations. And I guess get started on clearing out this mountain. That is kind of our main pain point right now, is the fact that we can't expand the farms with this mountain existing. Let's get rid of it. Port tower, come here. Over all that, and get to work. I'm sure I'm not going to pay the price in having to deal with all that rock anytime soon. That's a problem for future me. Fine. Let's start looking at nuclear things. I'll be honest. I've played this game quite a few times. I tend to like challenge when it comes to shit, hence why we're starting on the hard location and whatnot. I tend to get to nuclear reactors and the run kind of ends up dying before we get to it. So this is progress. Let's go somewhere where I have room to look at this. This'll work. Nuclear reactor, how do you work? You have quite a few things. Radioactive waste storage, I'm sure I'll need that. I apparently need a crusher for something, so we'll pull that out. Gotta enrich the uranium. Get an enrichment plant. And settling tank. Alright. That's everything in the nuclear tab. Now, what do you actually do? Let's see here. 96 water per minute. 0.5 rods. Does the power level change that? Doesn't seem to, but I find that hard to believe. Surely higher power level consumes more fuel and more water. I think it's just because it's not built that it's not showing me that. Makes this kind of hard to plan. It's actually kind of annoying. I don't know if that... Like, that's gotta produce more steam, too. Yeah. Okay. So, we just need to design this in a way that I'm gonna be able to expand how much steam's going into it to make sure, or how much steam we're processing, rather. And fuel, if there's 3 stages, I presume it's 0.5 at maybe level 1. Maybe 2 per minute would be the most rods one of these is using. I'm not sure. It has a lot of water inputs. Cooling. Cooling is deployed in case the reactor starts to overheat, and that typically happens when water is not supplied fast enough to be converted into steam, or steam output gets stuck. Got it. So we gotta make sure the steam is being dealt with, otherwise it's gonna back up. Cooling is not mandatory if you are not using automatic power regulation. However, it is highly recommended to have it as it provides extra protection and helps to avoid any potential overheating. Well, yeah, I would prefer not to blow up our first reactor. That'd be great. Coolant ports connect directly to the reactor building, not the main heat exchanger. Okay. Okay, I see. So you've got main water to steam here, and then water to depleted here in the building. Okay. So power water, coolant water. Got it. Power level. Drive to set desired power level for the reactor. Selected level determines the heat generated, directly impacting steam production and fuel consumption. Okay. While heat must be utilized, excess will accumulate and may eventually cause the reactor to overheat. Not ideal. Basic reactors lack automated power regulation, meaning their heat output remains constant. Okay. I mean, that's really not too bad. We just have to make sure that we're actually using all the steam it's producing. And maybe have some overflows to just vent it if it really comes down to it. It shouldn't be too bad. Fuel in reactor. The reactor must have enough fuel in its chamber to operate. The required minimum is indicated by the marker. When fuel is depleted, it will be replaced automatically, and spent fuel or other corresponding byproducts will be returned. Okay. That doesn't seem too bad, to be honest. Spent fuel, I'm going to presume, yeah, we can process that into plutonium and shit later. But right now, we're not going to be able to do anything. Radiation level, higher the number, more radiation is released. That's fine. Yeah. Reactor here. Storage, I don't know. Here, for now. How much does this store? 2,400? If this is constant at the 0.5, then that would mean we'd have 4,800 minutes. Or 80 hours of storage for a single reactor with a single storage. Okay. It doesn't seem too bad. The rods. How am I making you? Oh, you're actually in an assembler. Okay. Toss you there first. Steel and enriched uranium. Okay. Let me get a box. Start going through my process here. We need steel. Enriched uranium. Enriched uranium is made in that enrichment plant. Okay. Makes sense. We'll paste that in, delete the old one. You are... Wait, depleted uranium. Can't do anything with you yet. Okay. So I just kind of have to store that for now. It's actually recommending to dump it. Which, sure, I guess we can... You know, actually, would it be funny? Should I make a stacker tower, one of the, like, automatic cranes or whatever, be dumping depleted uranium, like, in a pile? I feel like that might actually be kind of funny. Instead of just putting it in a giant bucket. I might do that. Hydrogen fluoride. You're new. Okay, you're with the settling tank. Got it. Put you down, delete the old one. You just take rock and acid, turn to the fluoride and slag. Okay. We have a slag output. We have a rock input. And an acid input. Okay, that's for the hydrogen fluoride, but that's only 1 per minute. A single settling tank does 12. Okay. That doesn't use much. Yellow cake is in another settling tank. Put that off to the side. More acid. We'll just move these around so the acid's kind of in between. And uranium ore powder. I'm going to presume that's where the crusher comes in. Yep. Just straight uranium ore gets crushed down into powder. Nice and simple. Toxic slurry. That sounds like it's going to be fun to deal with. Wastewater treatment. Oh, it's just the slurry plus filter media. We do need a bit of brine. But that just yields some water and some oh, fuck. Some more slag. Okay. Is it just me or does this... Am I traumatized from dealing with nuclear reactors in Satisfactory that this seems easy? This doesn't seem that bad. I mean, there's a lot of components still, but... Yes. There is still a lot to it. But it's really not that bad. Everybody will find food. Sounds good, man. Have to tell us what you get. We were just having a discussion a little earlier about Seabass got some stuffed crust Dominoes, and I was very jealous. You only need 0.5. Oh, this makes 2. See though, okay, I don't know how much this is going to actually consume. I need to just build one of these. Thing is, I was kind of wanting this mountain to be like our little nuclear place, but I'm getting the impression that I'm not going to have enough space. Because there is actually a fair amount of shit to process here. And with us, we need a pretty solid supply of water and actually brine. I should just do it down here. Do some more desalination on the opposite side that's dedicated for the reactor. Buy some then. We already discussed this, Seabass. One I already ate. Even though I definitely want some still. But one I already ate. And 2, it's expensive. Very pricey. Unless DoorDash... Does DoorDash... Am I really... No, I'm not... I'm putting my phone down. I'm not looking if DoorDash has a fucking deal on that. Fuck off. You're not getting me to do it. Alright, before we start doing this, things are complaining about being out of things like iron. Why are you out? Hello? Oh. Really? Really? You are just too far along, huh? Okay, you actually need to just be recovered to get out of the way. And I need to redo it. Alright, I've been putting off redoing these tracks. I need to just fucking do it. Because it is causing problems. Copper train, just go. Get out of my way. Chew. Thank you. Okay. Been putting this off. Need to just fucking do it. Get rid of all of this right now. I just want a clean slate to work with. Okay, something like that. Okay. You guys need to merge into an exit lane. This goes down that way and here. You actually in a straight line? No. That's what caused these problems. Rotate, rotate. Okay. Like that. And then you are also offset, but that's fine. Actually. Yeah, no, that's fine. We can do that. That's our exit for that bridge. Now, they also need to exit up here. I'd like them to be able to do so as fast as possible. Hopefully we can keep these curves up. Looks like maybe we can. Why are you being weird? There we go. I think that one's gonna have to be yellow speed rating, but that's fine. Okay. Double lane exit there, double lane exit up north. That is just fine. Now, deal with the incoming. And wherever possible, we try and keep the speed up. Something like that, I suppose. There we go. Alright, that goes through just like that. This connection is more of a service connection, so I kind of just need it to connect. I don't really care how fast the connections are or anything like that. It just needs to connect. Which is going to look very messy, but it's fine. It's just all one big junction anyways. Okay. On from the bridge. You can go to all 3 lanes. On from that bridge. You can go all 3. Coming off. Double lanes merge to exit there. Double lanes merge here to exit there. That should be good to go. Okay. And trucks can go up and around. Take a ramp. Down and around, and they can go down there. Okay. Is it still ideal? Fuck no. But it will work. Why is dirt full? Because dirt is very much full. Okay. Hey, dirt tower, where are you? Come here. Put you across there. And let's work on just getting rid of some of this dirt. Something like that should work. And the way that's set up, yeah, that will start exporting. Okay. Oh. Kinda need to actually build the fucking tracks that I just laid out. That would help. Okay. Ensure the zones are fine. Probably have no stops through here as well. Alright, should be good to go. You're going over the top. I need to make sure where you end up stopping does not block anything. It shouldn't. Cool. Alright, much better than what it was. Hopefully we're able to recover our iron supply quickly. I just realized, where's this coal supply coming from? Oh, that's right, from my shipping. That's fine. Yeah. I'd like the coal supply for the trains to actually be from another source that isn't the trains. That could be a very easy death spiral to get into. Alright. That works. Yeah. So we're gonna do more desalination. Okay. Copy this again. We're gonna go the other direction with it. Yeah. Something like that. You know, I just realized we could utilize the steam produced by the nuclear reaction to power these desalinators instead of burning coal. We just, of course, have the coal as a backup. We could do that. I don't know if I want to, though. Is that still, what, 48, 96 total steam per minute? What's one of these making? Literally 96. That's gotta be, like, before any power level gets calculated. There's no way an entire nuclear reactor only outputs 96 steam. I don't, even basic, that just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, see now, okay. The tooltip here, if I hover over it, says 192. Oh, no, that's per 2 minutes. Okay. I see. That's fine then. Okay, regardless, we're going to need some steam, so it's fine. I'm gonna build it in, like, keeping in mind that we might be able to send some excess steam down this way. Because depending on how much that actually ends up powering, we might be able to make it sort of like self-sustaining itself, which would be nice. Okay. That should be height level 5 and 4. I have one on 4 and 5. I'll copy this. Put that on the other side. Okay. excess brine drop down. Oh, god dang it, I did the thing again where the water's gonna be too close. Move this over. Alright. That should work. Hook up the brine first. And the water. Yep. And see if I can just do this with a nice copy paste, because that would be very convenient. Wonderful. Pipes follow through. Previous setup. Out priority. Out priority. Paste those settings across. Welcome back, man. Welcome back. What kind of food you'd get? Hope it was something yummy. Okay, we are actually at a height now that I should be able to just route the water over. Yeah. Much better. Yeah. Have both of these sides as the priority out. That'll get enough water going into that at least. A tea and just put poppy seeds on the bread. Good enough. Hey. I'm a big fan of just good bread. I think bread is honestly really underrated. And I don't know, it kind of sounds like silly to say, but I love bread. I will never not get enough. Doesn't even matter what type. This is for nuclear, so I really should probably do this with a large coal bucket. Just in case. We'll make that work. Love garlic bread, but not dry hard steaks. True. Very, very, very true. There's a very fine line between, like, crispy and just something that's not edible anymore. Okay. How much water is this going to produce? This is what, 78 times 8? Put that in parentheses. Because we are then consuming minus 48 times 2. 528 water a minute. Maybe it's enough? I mean, according to this little just stamp, it should be more than enough, but I don't think that's going to be correct. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, no, that looks very good. What was I doing now? Okay. Nuclear reactor. I guess should start planning out the actual general power portion. See, but now that's where this gets pretty. Okay. You are going to go. They may be here. Be a little higher up. Around that line. Just trying to think for expansion reason. Like if I want more of these, maybe I can put them in rows like this. Route the steam pipes over to the side and I don't know, deal with it that way. Or maybe on this side. Or I could even kind of put them back to back. Might not be the worst idea in the world. Yeah. Regardless, if it's only doing 96 per minute. That's literally only 2 of these high pressure turbines. There's no way. I mean, that's the equivalent of me having 2 boilers. The boilers that I have here just running the desalination for the nuclear plant would be that amount of steam. I'm going to get this built. Is this a good spot? Am I happy with it? Sure. I'm going to get this built. I have a very sneaking suspicion that these numbers are not correct. Okay. There's our nuclear power plant. Let's go. Hey, you can see the rods. Let's just pray this doesn't end up like Chernobyl and we don't see those bouncing out and crashing through the glass ceiling, huh? Did you just build it in a month? Yeah. I'm not sure if that's how long it took, but that sounds about right. We're a very advanced, industrialized people. Brand new nuclear reactor tech. Yeah, let's build it in a month. I'm sure there won't be any safety issues at all. Okay, if I turn the... Okay, see, now this is actually showing me my levels. So, our level 0 is obviously off. Teach me pyro. There it is. You know? It's what we're here for. We're both learning through the pain and suffering together and, you know, teaching each other new things. All right, power level 2 is 192. Be helpful for real, for real. 192. All right, so we can get up to 288. And, okay, here's our fuel consumption and production changing as well. Okay. I was slightly wrong on the fuel consumption. I was expecting that to be more, like, exponential, but it's just linear. 0.5 per power level. Which I guess makes sense, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, so 288, so we should have enough water to at least run one of these. Okay, that actually kind of says something. We might be needing to do more desalination. Well, actually, no. Because we're going to be recovering some of the water from the steam, so this should be fine still. Okay, anyways. 1.5. How much was this again? 2. So it's essentially one assembler per reactor, if you want to just round it off. Okay, 288. 288 is our steam count we're looking at. 288 divided by 48 is going to be 6 of these. That's sounding a lot more like an actual nuclear reactor now. Then we have low pressure turbines as well. So the Mark IIs, right? Yep. Problem is, a single shaft can only have 72 megawatts of mechanical energy on it. This is 12, 24, 48. But 60? 60. And then these are all 1-to-1. So I'm going to end up having 6 of these as well. Which is another 6, 12, 24, 36. So I do have to have it on separate shafts. The question is, do I have all the high pressure on one shaft and all the low pressure on another? Or do I divvy it up between the two? I might divvy it up between the two, to be honest. If I was to do that, it's going to be one of these to one of these. And then, oh, let me actually flip that around how it should be. That'd be, yeah, 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair. And then it would just be another shaft of that. That would be at least symmetrical, which makes my OCD a little happy. How much mechanical energy is that, though? That's 12, 24, 36. And then 6, 12 plus 18. Is that 54? So we're totally fine on that. About symmetric. Yeah, okay. I think I'm going to do this. Because then it makes it easier to balance the power generators, too. Oh, that's something else. These are 18 megawatts a piece of mechanical consumption. 54 perfectly goes into that. You try making spaghetti in Satisfactory intentionally? Most of the time, my brain will not allow me to do that. I have done it. In fact, I think even CBAS, I don't know if it's in this server or if it got lost in that old Discord server. I had posted a couple pictures of it. The couple times that I've done it, it's been very early game. And it's when I'm just like, okay, let's rush, get everything unlocked. And, you know, just trying to throw shit together, essentially. And then I come through and just demolish it for something better. It's a unique playstyle, I will say. I saw one playthrough with that intention. It's like a challenge to force yourself to embrace chaos. Yeah. Yeah. And even more so, like, if you're new coming into this sort of game, doing something like that is almost natural. And, like, you don't even think about it. But after having played these types of games for X amount of fucking time, good God. Trying to get yourself to not work in a somewhat relatively organized fashion. Oh, it's difficult. Oh, it's so difficult. That's even something I had a lot of trouble with for a while in Factorio. I don't know if you play much of that game, but that game really got in my head the idea of the like main bus. And there was a long time where I could not do anything that wasn't a main bus. One normal city or base building game and you just can't be normal anymore. Facts. It truly does like change how your brain works, or like how it thinks about a problem. It's kind of cool, but also like, good God. I avoid Factorio for a few reasons. There's a lot of people that do. I'm not surprised by that at all. It is not something for everybody, to put it mildly. Okay, we can put that like that, I think. I mean, like, even just putting the graphics aside, a lot of people get stopped even just by the graphics, but the gameplay, too, just is not right for a lot of people. Unfortunately for me, it was like crack. But then again, so is all these games for me. So, max we're doing here is, what, 288? Yeah. Got some depleted steam. That I can just convert back to water. I can actually convert it really well using desalination with seawater. Oh, fuck. That's actually tempting. My reasons is Factorio don't respect time spent in-game and don't reward you. True. That is kind of true. I will say, I think it's better with the Space Age DLC. Although, I don't know. The Space Age DLC at least adds a lot more potential reward, but it also adds a huge amount more time investment. So, maybe actually not on that either. If you're looking games that reward like time spent, fucking Dyson Sphere. Dyson Sphere program's really good for that because it actually has meta progression. Not sure about DLC, to be honest, never even saw it. Oh shit. Yeah, they essentially added like multiple planets that have all their own unique themes, and you can make like space platforms that travel between them. That essentially function like trains, but you know, actually build it. It's kind of neat, but it's a lot more time investment, which is definitely not great for a lot of people. So, just realized we have depleted steam. Should I be doing this depleted steam desalination recipe instead of using cooling towers? So cooling towers, I get out of 96 depleted steam, I get 72 water out. Which the steam is a 1-to-1, right? 48 steam. Let me look at this. Yeah, 48 water goes to 48 steam. 48 to 48. 48 to 48. So it's 1-to-1. In Factorio devs, there are some people I just don't agree with, so to spend a few hundred hours till they do more stuff I won't tolerate, not best idea. That's fair. That's fair. Although I'm curious, obviously you don't like have to, but I'm curious what your like things you don't agree with the Factorio devs are. Because I know a lot of people actually like those devs. I'm curious on the couple of opinions out there that are against the drain, as it were. This would actually make more water than we're putting in, right? Am I thinking about that right? But we might not even have to do any of our regular desalination shit. $288 to $288. If I was to convert that, 288 divided by 24, that would be 12 of these running. That'd be 396 water out. That'd be more water. And some brine, which we do need. 72 brine. The only concern with doing that is, like, it literally needs the reactor to be online to then be producing its own water supply. Which does open up a few concerns on potential meltdown scenarios, but I think that's just better. Is that we don't consume any coal. We're not producing the exhaust shit from burning to be able to get the water. And even then, oh, bumped my mute button again. Even then, we can just stockpile, like in a tank here, some fresh water to kickstart the reactor. We just have to make sure there's enough water on supply that the water is able to convert to steam, go through the power cycling, and then mix in with fresh seawater to be reused. I think that's better. The only thing, we have to make sure that we're disposing of excess water and potential excess brine. Then we have a desalination plant here that's making brine technically. So we could always overflow some here if we need more. How much brine do we actually need for this shit? Where is that again? One of you needed brine. Where is it? Oh, it was the toxic slurry filtering. That's only 18 per minute for 108. One of these does 6, and it only makes 36, so that's hardly using any of that. 6 goes into 2 of these. That would be 1 enriched uranium per minute. Okay, we would need a little bit more than that. But even then, 18, that's literally just 3 of these running. And we're gonna have 12. Okay, yeah, no, this is 100% what we're doing. This all needs to be redesigned. Fuck. God damn it. That's fine. You are going to be the new recipe. Copy that across. Okay, the only thing is, and so we've got brine and water. One of these sections is going to produce, well, hold on, this is 8. I need another copy. We need 12 total running. Yeah. But each one of these sections is only 4. That's 132 water plus 24 brine. Just a single liquid dump. We'll have to upgrade this pipe. Look at these little end bits here. But just, oh god, I did not want you to build yet. Cancel that. wanted you to upgrade. Okay, paste that in there. Okay, yeah. Just a single one of these dumps can handle both the brine and the water. So that will be fine with a little bit of pipe buffering. That's the biggest thing. We have to make sure this depleted steam is getting processed. We cannot let it back up under any circumstances. And max we're gonna have there's 288, so single pipe can handle that, no problem. Actually, a Mark IV pipe, you're 900, aren't you? Yeah. I could do 3 of these reactors just off of a single pipe in terms of throughput. Okay. Fascinating. But there is the added portion of the cooling, or the coolant water and steam. Realistically, though, this says this is technically optional, right? This reactor starts to overheat. Cooling is not mandatory if you are not using automatic power regulation. It's a basic reactor, so we don't have automatic unlocked. We should be able to do that. Why are we losing wheat due to lack of water? Hello? When did that happen? I mean, I know I told you guys to destroy this mountain, but... okay, I should have accounted for this. It's fine. Who did this? Yeah, it was... I'm gonna... You know what? Actually, let me find... We have a follower... speaking of which, actually, you followed during the Satisfactory. We need to get you in here. Let me know if you want your name on, like, a truck or excavator or something. But we have a couple follower excavators here. Jim Sock! It was your fault. Don't know where you are or what you're doing, but it was your fault. You're the only named one here. Oh, no, Industrial Nova too. But that was a truck. Trucks are innocent. Yeah, it was Jim Sock's fault. Can I be a truck? Absolutely. You want to be a big heavy haul or one of the normal trucks? We could get you on here. Wait, do I have 140 of the normals and 27s of the heavy hauls? We have the amphibious too, but they're kind of in the background. Whatever. I'll put you on this guy. He's just kind of here. 179. Yeah, just making sure I got that right. There you go. So now you'll have some stats to follow along. God dang it, Jim Sock. Why do you have to break everything? Alright, I'm just gonna rerun this pipe so it's around the outside of all this bullshit. So hopefully we don't run into that problem again. Yeah. Where's a good spot to bring this? It's just over where it was before. Yeah. Build that. Destroy this pipe. Destroy that one. Yeah. That should be fine now. Yes. Yeah, and you're getting filled up from the main supply. Okay. I swear, I take my eyes off of this city to plan out anything, and 5 seconds later, something is broken. Drives me insane. in order to process, okay. Good job. In order to process 288 water per minute going through here, we need 12 of these. We just set up. If I do more of these reactors, that's going to need a lot of these desalinators. They actually take a chunk of power, too. I think it's fine. The depleted steam here. I'm kind of thinking to set this up because we're going to be producing excess water from this setup, no matter what. So if I set it up to where the water can essentially be buffered, like before each reactor, right? Then that gets us water access for both the actual reactor and the coolant. Any of the water that goes through here gets cycled around, recycled, and put back in the box, or in the tank. The depleted coolant, technically I could also recycle. I'm kind of tempted to just vent it. Because we're already going to have excess. Does this say how much per minute? No. I guess it probably varies depending on how much cooling you're requiring. We're going to put a large smokestack on it and vent it and hope for the best. That's what we're going to do. Sure. We'll look into recycling that steam later if we really want to. These I'm probably going to run on the side. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to actually run it like parallel to the reactor. But I've kind of got a massive stockpile of rock in the way. So we probably won't do that for the second. You guys are producing, what was it, 54 mechanical energy? 12, 24, 36, then 6, 12, 18, so yeah, 54. So that is just 3 of these, right? 18 times 3? I'm not brain dead right now? Yes. Okay. So 3 generators on the end. And then go back to power. I want some flywheels on here. Actually, no. I just realized, again, because this is a basic reactor, we're just going to be running this just clocked the fuck out. And we have to be processing the steam, so none of this is going to be auto-balanced. It's just going to be running at full steam constantly. So there's no need for flywheels. Okay. Sure. That means I can probably make this actually fairly compact. Now I'm actually kind of wishing I'd put the reactor more over here so I could line this up how I wanted. How much do I care about that? I really need to get rid of all this fucking rock. You know what? I'm going to set up another crane. How close can I get? Right there? Sure. That lined up too, kinda actually. You need to be -1 or -2? I think -1. 32 segments. I think that puts you in line with the others. Yes. Okay. Trucks can still access that, so that shouldn't be a problem. Let's get that built. And then I'm going to run a couple belts over from all this shit. You guys get destroyed. Still want a little bit of rock accessible there. You guys, stop accepting anything, please. Okay. You can still export. I don't care about that. Get a couple lifts in. Actually, occasionally do have some large trucks going over here, so I probably need to ramp these. We'll actually ramp it there. Get those into the other side. And just draw the belts across. Yeah. Something like that should work. Okay. Now, that's not going to be a very fast process in the slightest, but that should slowly drain out all of that fucking rock. There we go. Yeah. Should give me a little bit of space, too, to do that depleted uranium dumping. If we so choose to do that. I mean, we might as well, right? It doesn't say there's anything... spent fuel needs to be actually stored, of course. But the depleted... Yeah, there's not a radiation warning or anything. It's totally fine. Yeah, unlike the spent fuel. Chuck the rods are actually totally safe too. You know, it's completely safe to just bare hand hold a uranium fuel rod. Hope you knew that. God. Okay, so in terms of this can come together a lot tighter. Realistically, that actually would be fine. They're even on separate levels. The depleted and the high pressure steam. It actually works out really well. Because that's our depleted steam out. And then right above it, we can have the high pressure steam come through and get distributed. Keeps that nice and compact. No space to dump material. Are you done? 32 of 32. You still have room. I think you were just expanding. Fine. You are almost done, though, which is concerning. I'm not looking forward to dealing with that, but that's fine. Okay. I think what we'll do... Obviously, we're hurting on power now. So I'm going to make this just like up here. Actually, maybe a little bit more over to the right, out of the way. Yeah. That way we can run the pipes where they need to be ran. Once we get rid of all of this rock, then we can just build another set that is parallel with the reactor. And that'll allow us to expand these challenges vertically up. I think that will work out fairly well. Okay. With that in mind, however, we're going to need a lot of thermal desalination. I kind of need to get the... Technically, I have to build almost underneath this bridge. That would be the limit. Do I want to make life difficult for myself and build underneath it? Let's see if we can make it work. If we can't, we can't. Main thing is that I just need these pipes to be able to come up to a level 5, and they totally can. Yeah, so we're good then. Okay. So I'm going to need... Well, I guess these actually get routed a little differently. Because all of the depleted steam is going to be coming through into this whole unit. Not these, like, independent modules. Let's get these pipes upgraded. And connect it across. Okay. That's all the depleted steam. Then for each module, we need to be able to take in both the brine and the water down into this pipe. Brine's going to go into the lower one, as always. Water up top. I should honestly build it over here first. Then I can just copy and paste it to the one under the bridge. Not have to deal with all of that. There we go. Have priority out on that side. Pass through. Works just fine. This just needs to take in both, so there's no priority there. That does mean we need a pipe coming from here and a pipe coming from there. Okay. Copy that across. And across. You're gonna complain. Okay. I love that. Destroy all of that. Yeah. Let's try that again. Much better. Now we just need the pass-through pipes. Okay. That will be just fine. Depleted steam in, water and brine out. Again, any excess from that process is going to be able to be dumped. We don't really need to worry about most of it. Fluid storage, that kind of lines up just perfectly. I could do a fat big one, but honestly, I don't think it's necessary. Water. Notify me if this is even less than 75% full. Okay. We just copy that and do another one. Can probably fit 3 modules of it, so we could power 3 reactors. And realistically, the other ones, we could just do a more old school cooling tower approach and then leach water off of the first 3 reactors. They're gonna have plenty of excess. Yeah. I don't know if I even should be planning that far in advance, to be honest. Because this is just one of the basic reactors. Our future ones might completely change how we even want to be looking at this, but fine. Okay, so 288 steam. That is just going to be ran over here. Like so. I think it would probably be smart to have this actually ran first into a balancer and give that a little bit of buffer room. Priority out is going to be towards the power generation. But let's also have another smokestack preventing the steam. Okay. Because in theory, as long as I process every single unit of steam, we shouldn't even have cooling problems if this tooltip is correct. Yeah. We just have to have enough water and be always outputting steam. And it shouldn't ever have coolant issues. Okay. With that in mind, just take this pipe. Give it a little bit of height for at least a moment. You one further back. So yeah, I should not have you up this high. Yeah, like 3, I think. Two would have been more correct, but this is fine. Okay. So depleted steam goes out. Fresh water. Going to be the top pipe here. Okay. I'm also going to want to set up one of these like large fluid tanks. Actually might want to do that just in general. I don't know where I'd want it though. I'm just going to set up a basic one. This is just going to be jump starting the system. So request water. Request a full amount of water, and I'm just going to build that now to get that started. And you are just going to feed up into that pipe for now. Which means actually that pipe gets built, that pipe gets built, and this storage tank gets built. Okay. You need to be paused. I want to keep you at full power to see the numbers, but I do not want you consuming anything right now, or trying to. Okay. Should be fine. Again, none of these are auto balance. All of that should work just fine. Really probably doesn't even matter our generator usage here. Actually, I guess it still technically does. Because generators that are inactive at least consume less maintenance than ones that are active. So we're not saving on any sort of mechanical energy, but we are at least saving on maintenance by having those prioritized. Oh boy, okay. Radioactive waste storage. Do I store it by the main water supply? I'm kind of tempted, I'm not gonna lie. Because that kind of just fits. And I can expand it across. How well does that actually fit if I put that snug right? That's like perfect. I think I have to. Yeah. Alright. One of these holds 2,400 units of spent fuel. If we're doing 1.5 per minute, that's 1,600 minutes or 26.67 hours. However, we're oftentimes playing at 2 or 3 times speed. Oh, I guess this would be divided, actually. So we're looking at between like 9 and 14 real hours. Even just one is, I think, probably plenty of storage for the moment. Notify me if that ever gets above 75%, though. That would be bad. Okay. I'm going to presume that is a flat pack item output. Yes, it is. Okay. Let's raise that up. And take it across. Okay. Should be good to go. $3,000 units of water should be enough to start this, right? And then, I mean, there's another 500 here, so 3,500. It only needs to process, like, for one full cycle. And it should immediately have fresh water being supplied. Yeah, that should be fine. I hope. Alright, I actually want this belt different. Let's destroy that. I'll take it over this way instead. Because if I have future things, the reactors can all merge their outputs. Actually, maybe I leave it. Oh, leave it like here, and they can merge coming down this lane. There we go. Yeah. Fuel rods will travel right underneath them. Use the same distribution column. And that should just be good. Those two, actually, I don't need to use this belt to distribute to the storages because they actually do have an output, so I could just chain them together. Yeah, it works. It will work, at least. Okay. Uranium rods. So again, if I'm wanting reactors going down this way, I want to be able to expand our uranium rod production. We probably have it going parallel to the reactors. Something like this. You need steel. Try that for me really quick. Enriched uranium. See, that's where we get to the point where we're consuming a lot of real estate. Because this building is not small. And we need a good few of them. Then we need settling tanks. Although I suppose this stuff we could process elsewhere. Especially because we need acid. Which actually, do I have? How much acid is this going to need? 12 per minute for 6. Which gets us only 1 enriched uranium per minute. I need 9 yellow cage per minute. That's going to be 18 acid. And then this is essentially nothing. I need, what, 3 of these? So that's 3 per minute. So literally, what, 2? Less than that? Yeah. So we'll call it even at like 20 acid per minute is what we need. With that said, we are... Let's switch over to fluids here. You are making our acid, aren't you? You're the only thing making acid right now, aren't you? Because I'm just distributing that singular pipe everywhere. Yes. Okay, I highly doubt we have 20 per minute spare then. This is consuming 24. All of our copper is 6, 12, 24, 48. So 48 plus 24 is 68, 72. And you are making 72. Okay. That is official. We do not have spare acid. So wherever we end up doing this, we need to be making more. Flip it around that way. Is that good? Like 72 acid per minute? I mean, it's perfectly ratioed for what I'm currently consuming. So if you want to look at it that way, it's good. Yeah. There's some things that, like, you don't want spare of in this, but it's very few and far between that you can't, like, just overproduce. So it's not huge. You can easily just set down, like, 20 of these and have way too much acid for you to ever use, and it be totally fine. However, I don't think we're making enough sulfur. Because we only have, what, 18 sulfur per minute. You're consuming a full 12 of it. So that only leaves 6. Okay, do you need to utilize any resources in this game? Legend status? I'm not sure what you refer to by utilize, like, in terms of like fully tap out. Need a translator. All good. We only have 6 spare anyways. Where am I? I'm using sulfur in other places. Do you need to dispose any resources? Gotcha. So you're referring to like using the resource sinks, for instance, I would presume. Yes, definitely. My language utilized equals dispose. Interesting. Out of curiosity, what is your like main language? Found on map. There's my 2 production. Ukrainian. Dude, that's what's so interesting is like automation games, especially, or I guess just games in this whole category, spreadsheet simulators, if you will. Are very, very popular in like Germany, Russia, Ukraine, kind of all the like Eastern European. There's definitely some popularity among like Asian supporters as well, but much less in the West. I'm one of the very few like people in my friend groups that play these games. Yeah, my favorite genre is Excel Simulator. Yep, exactly. Exactly. You guys are using 6. That's actually all of our sulfur right there. Am I using it elsewhere? Oh, I am producing some via exhaust scrubbing. So there is that. Consuming 3 per minute for now with tofu, but that's not really anything. Okay. How much are you guys actually maxed out on exhaust? 82%, 82%. Okay, you still have some capacity at least. Okay. But 82%, so 12, well, I guess 24 because 2 of them times 0.82. Gonna be just under 20 bare sulfur per minute. We're using 3 up there. You needed what now? 12? Technically, we have enough sulfur. That is definitely going to be something we are watching closely, though, in the future. Especially once we get... Yeah, once we start making fertilizer Mark II, that absolutely just eats sulfur and limestone. But, alright. That's not too bad, at least. We can get that going. I'll put that in with the rest of the setup, I guess. So what I figured out, I need 3 of these per reactor. Put them all side by side. Move that up a little bit. Trying to think about how to make this as compact as I can. And if we can make it tileable, that would be really nice. We could honestly just put this right next to the reactor. I don't even think I really need a storage buffer here, but we could do one. inside. Rod, uranium rods. Notify of empty type of thing. And all of this can get moved up. In terms of total footprint, that's probably fine. Leave enough room for a lift to pull the depleted uranium out. And then we, of course, also need a belt going across the top to feed steel to all of this. But that's really not too bad. Not there, though. That gets in the way of my spent fuel return belt. So that would work. OCD is not happy with that being a tile off, so we're going to move that over. Alright. That should get all of that going. We can feed our depleted uranium just up a level. Distribute that somewhere, wherever we end up having that stockpile. That's fine. Steel will probably be sourced more down towards the left here, but for now I'm just going to leave this box there. Should be okay. Hydrogen fluoride, locate. The fluoride, can I store that in a tank? Yes. Okay. What's your process again? It's the rock and acid, yeah. I'd like to store that in a tank because that relies on me constantly having rock on hand. And right now, I have way too much of that, so that isn't an issue. However, later on, I tend to kind of forget about rock sometimes. Fluid storage has low supply of water. Excuse me? How? $100%, 100%, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. You guys are actually working full capacity. I mean, I know we upgraded, or we unlocked the other half of our waste treatment. Are we just consuming that much water at the settlement? Good God. That is almost a third of a full Mark IV pipe. How much are we even producing again? This is only 78 times 8. 624. Do I have that ran to a Mark IV? Sort of. I have it split. No, that's fine. $624 water per minute. I mean, we're recycling a good chunk of it here. That's only a Mark III pipe. Is this just a pipe throughput issue? Well, no, because this is still getting plenty of water. It's just our actual supply tank is draining, so that's not a thing. God, okay. I guess just that little bit of extra from the settlement growth, and then those greenhouses are just slowly draining this water tank. And probably the fact that our power plant is running closer and closer to max capacity. Fun. honestly feel like expanding that, to be honest. But I think I kind of need to. Okay. Alright. Hope you guys were looking forward to another desalination plant. That's apparently all we're building today. Good God. How are you set up like this? An exhaust pipe over, steam pipe in, water pipe drops down from here. No. We're missing the balancer. There we go. That connects up like that. Then the water pipe drops down from here. Already out there. And then you actually go out on the other side. This needs to get upgraded. You're already a Mark IV. You will be a Mark IV. And that just gets fed through like that. Right? Yes. Okay. Secondly, I run this coal belt around. You need to be upgraded. And these pipes are broken because this is the old design that the blueprint does not like. There we go. Alright, get all that built. That's another 78 times 4 minus 48. Another 264 water per minute down that pipe, so hopefully that's enough? Question mark? We don't have any water to start this process, though. Let me steal from here. Just gotta get this boiler going a couple times. Okay. Now that'll work. Okay, don't yell at me about being low on water again. If you do, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, hydrogen fluoride. Back here. Let's get a nice buffer on you. And you just need the yellow cake, which is this guy. Maybe I do a smaller storage, actually. Do this guy. Notify me if that is ever less than 25%. Spare lane there. Let them merge here. Spare line there. They can loop around, distribute. Yeah, I think that's fine. We need 2 of these tanks. Kind of like that. Might actually do it on this side. And then maybe we do have room for a large tank. Fluoride. Okay. Belts, you. Please avoid. You are flat pack, right? No, U-shaped. That's fine. Straight in. Over. You come over there. You made 6, you made 6. That's technically 12. We only need the 9. That's fine. Toxic slurry. Can I store you? Research. Oh, vehicle pollution. Are we still queued up on that? For a minute. Storage. Toxic slurry. Yes, I can. Yeah. Don't know if I'm gonna want to yet, but might not be a bad idea to have something for it to back up into. Just like our wastewater. Don't have the storage there to actually hold things, just to provide overflow. Comes to the hydrogen fluoride. We just lift it over and drop it in. Something like that. And yeah, I don't think... I know I've gone back and forth on this now like 3 times, but I think a standard storage for that will be just fine. In which case we can actually make this more compact by having the toxic slurry storage in between. We'll raise it up and then drop it down. Beautiful, nice and compact. Notify me if this is over above 25%. And notify if under 25. Yep. So that's hydrogen fluoride and yellow cake done and done. This just needs the uranium ore powder and acid. So I'm not worried about that. Acid I will ship in from wherever we end up making that. The ore powder is literally just the ore crushed. So somewhere here we're just going to have a nice big fat crusher. Taking in the ore, crushing it. 72 per minute. That's actually perfect for both of these. However, one of them is going to be running at 50%, so yeah, might have to do some math there, but that's fine. Hydrogen fluoride. You're actually a similar situation. That's right, I forgot about that. I just gotta add rock and more acid. If we're already shipping the acid here, I might as well do it here. Maybe like reversed. We could... How much room does that leave me under the bridge? Not a whole lot. That's... Hold on, though. That's 12 per minute. Again, I only need 3 for each of these. Let me plan out where 3 of these reactors are going to be kind of stamped out. And then we'll have this towards the end of that. And then that way it can just distribute... Probably flipped around. It can just distribute the hydrogen fluoride to the 3 separate modules. That should be good. The toxic slurry, that will probably actually just process on this side of the bridge. Maybe. I don't know. We run into kind of some problems there with where we had planned for salt. But that realistically could get moved, so... I don't think I'm too concerned about that. High supply of rock. You are not nearly high enough priority, nor are you actually processing through rock right now anywhere near fast enough. See, that's the problem. That's the problem with rock. Very annoying. I'm really dreading putting all of this sand here now. Fine. Backed up rock isn't causing us complete failure of problems yet. So we'll hold off on dealing with it. That should all be good to go. I literally just need the acid production. So one of you over here. What else am I missing here? The rock, I know. We're making acid. That's fine. We've got these two things set up. We've got this set up. We're going to have slag production over here. And we need rock to be input there. We also somewhere need a giant bucket for uranium. We'll add that. I suppose too, actually. The uranium to the uranium ore powder is a 1-to-1. I could just crush this up at the mine and ship the powder. Because the raw uranium's literally only ever used for that. So we could save on space down here. Fuck it, let's do it. Uranium ore powder. So we don't even need a crusher here. We need a crusher over at the mine. And probably multiple of them, but that's fine. Okay, so crusher gets rid of. Treatment plant, probably over here. It can stay there for now. Okay. So this essentially is our stamp in terms of things. Again, depleted uranium needs to go somewhere. Where that somewhere is, I don't know. Alright. Let's copy this. If I did right smack next to each other, it would actually fit quite well. Just our water tank right now collides, but that's temporary. Okay. Paste that down and paste that down. So that's our 3 reactors. How much acid is that going to need? Each one of these is 12, 6, 18. So 18, 36, 54. But then we also need one of these guys going at full spec, 60. That's still just one of these acid mixers. Okay, cool. Put that in mind. Actually leave... Place that down so I don't forget about it. Let's leave a little bit of space here for vehicles to do vehicle things. I don't know, something like that. Acid comes over. Slag needs to be dealt with. Rock is down here. Crushed uranium. Do I actually care about a large bucket being here, or should I just do several small ones? That is the question. That actually kind of connects perfectly, which is interesting. Gotta get the acid through, though. We can actually do it. That kind of feels ridiculous, but I kind of love it. Realistically, I don't need to be attaching both of these pipe inputs, but... that actually works. Good God. Sure. Why not? Gonna actually do a large one for the slag. And please get rid of it. Once it fills up. The hydrogen fluoride. Here's actually the bigger question. Can we run other pipes underneath this? Level 4 works. Does level 3? Yes. Dude, that's actually just perfect. There's a height of level 3. We can run this all the way down for the slurry. And have that just shipped out somewhere. Where? That's for me to figure out later. Okay. Something like that, I think, works. Alright. The hydrogen fluoride. Again, we're only doing 12. This doesn't even need to be a Mark III pipe, but screw it. That can also just come right on through. And then drop into each one of the tanks. That. What's this top pipe again? Acid, that's right. Okay, so with that in mind, leave a little bit of space between that and the ramp. That can just feed through and under like that. Acid production happens more or less right behind it. I'm not too concerned about the spacing and positioning of this. That's just gonna split off and can go underneath here and distribute down the line to the other settling tanks. It just needs water in. Which realistically I could actually supply from these reactors. Why are you guys struggling to find destinations? Hello? You are trying to get to the dirt, and you no longer can because you're one of the giant trucks, and I blocked you in with a belt. Good job, me. Got to go for now. See you next time. Sounds good, man. Have a good night, day, wherever you're at. resume your train with your language time zone. What? It's got to be like midday for you? I don't actually know. Regardless, have a good day. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, let me just hide this section with a truck ramp. That should work. There we go. Okay, you guys are still complaining about food. Yeah, I'm not surprised. You're actually still reproducing pretty well, so that does mean your food is increasing. That's fine. We're actually even getting a couple units of fuel gas. Dang. Nice. That is what I'm liking to see. Gonna look a lot better once we can expand these farms, but that is slowly underway. Very slowly. Okay. Back to reactor things. You're actually not producing that much slag. I actually don't need a large one of you. You can just be basic. That is just fine. Yep. Large tree harvester has no trees to harvest. Hello? Do you not have seeds anymore? You are simply not making enough saplings for what we need. Let's upgrade you to an irrigated. If I do that, it'll go 4.3, but we gotta supply enough water. This is gonna be really jank. I'm just gonna steal from this water pipe. There we go. That should give us enough saplings to keep our tree farms active now again. Build that so the trucks stop having issues. Need water in and sulfur and rock. Rock can honestly be a big boy, because it is rock. Something like that. Review request, no export. And loose. Take you right on over. And then sulfur, you can just be a little one plugged directly in. Sulfur, import. Okay. Now the water situation. So realistically, all that's coming down here. We're going to need more of these if we actually run 3 reactors. But either way, it can fit down a single Mark IV pipe. So I think actually redirect where this water is being ran. Go alongside the reactors. Something like this. And then we can drop the water in off the sides. So those can get built. I'm going to destroy this one. Okay. And that will allow us to just siphon a little bit of extra water coming off of that system to feed our acid. Okay. I don't love where the pipe's located right now, but it's fine. Just gonna be handled via truck for the moment. Okay. The depleted uranium can probably be directed down the bottom here. We can toss that into a large bucket, and then once we have the space located, we can do our big, like, depleted uranium dump. Spent fuel needs to be distributed this way. Okay. Steel. We can actually probably do a large unit storage for this. I don't need to do the, like, double-decker version or anything, but nice big one wouldn't be bad. To make sure we never run out of steel for this shit. Import. High priority. Notify me if you're ever below 75%. We're like backed up on steel, right? Yeah. So we got plenty. Okay. Flat lift, you. Something like this. Hello. Would it be Clock? The fun name. How you doing today? Just planning out our first nuclear reactor setup. It's been a journey so far. Steel in there, steel in there. Go. Complicated mess, but it's not too bad. Playing this Factorio on steroids, and it more and more looks like spaghetti pasta. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take a quick gander over at our furnace array and oil refinery. To say that this game just turns into pure spaghetti is definitely an understatement. I love it though. That just like raw industrial look. I don't know. There's nothing else quite like it. Okay, I think we're actually done over here for the moment. Yeah, we need to get rid of this rock. But we're done over here for the moment, so I need to get the crushers set up. Let's do that real quick. I did concrete manufacturing and then learned there are lifts and how to use them. Yes, the lifts are so nice. You can also do the like upper level keys to get the bottom of it raised as well. It's very nice. But yeah, they are so useful. Trying to plan out shit in this game without the lifts. I briefly have to do that, you know, early game and whatnot. And oh god, every minute I'm just like, give me my lifts, please. How much crushed powder am I actually using over here? Again, one is 100%, one's 50%, so that's just what, 54 each? It's what, 162 per minute? That's fine. We'll just run 2 of them for now. I'm gonna go from there. I'll actually change these around a bit. Yeah. I have 10 distillation stage 1 and 2 as refinery. Let's be enough to take me to late game. 10 distillation stage 1 and 2. Well, I mean, realistically, I think I only have, what, 4? Yeah. I have, so, yeah, 1 stage 1 times 4, and then stage 2. But I also have the stage 3. Realistically, yeah, that should do you pretty solidly for a hot minute. Especially once you get to stage 3, you're able to extract a lot more like diesel and just oil products in general out of the oil you're bringing in. I'd say honestly 10. If you're actually using close to that amount of fuel when you only have stage 2 unlocked, you might even be expanding too quick. Because there is possibility to drain your oil supply before you're able to replace it. So be careful about that. But that's only if you're actually consuming that much diesel. Which I would find that hard to believe. Definitely possible. 18,000 stored? Yeah, you're probably fine. But yeah, like if you're using the world map, like the oil rigs and stuff, just keep an eye on your like estimate remaining is the main thing there. Just make sure you don't run out of oil. But yeah, that should be plenty of production for your actual diesel for a good while. Okay, so 162, that's right, we're over here. You can come here, then we're just gonna do another large bucket. Something like that, sure. For the powder. Eventually, I would love this to be being transported by train and not by truck, because good god, that's a distance, but it's not that high of quantity, so hopefully this is fine. CBS, alright, gonna head out for the night. Sounds good, man. Thanks for coming by. Hope you have a good night. Still jealous that you got that stuffed crust Domino's pizza. How dare you tell me you got that? I literally have my box that I had just finished at lunch still sitting like over on top of my trash can. I hate you for making me crave that again after I just fucking had it. Get more. You would be the one to try and further my addictions to that shit. Anyways, yeah. Have a good night, man. Talk to you even when we're still up. Or you're gonna fucking crash out hard. No trees to harvest. Yeah, you're gonna be fine for the moment. It's whatever. Alright, Unity, build that. If I need another crusher, I can make another one. But that should be good enough for now. Might as well. Oh, good God. He's love to be a pain in my side, that's for sure. It's great. It's great. Alright. Crushing some uranium, getting that into a box. We will be exporting that out. Gonna actually set some export routes for that, to be honest. Actually, I built you, but I don't want you yet. That was on accident. Always a pain. See you tomorrow. Sounds good, man. See ya. We'll probably be doing Satisfactory tomorrow, so. Hopefully a lot earlier, too. We'll see. See if I can actually sleep tonight. I fucking... Last night, God. I actually tried to get to bed early last night. Like, well early compared to what I normally do. Try and get ahead of things because I was so exhausted and just couldn't sleep. So that's great. So hopefully tonight's a little better and I can get on much earlier tomorrow. I want to get going on more satisfactory things. Okay. Depleted uranium. We need uranium rod production and storage. We need spent fuel, transportation, and storage. We need all of our desalination to be online. I'm going to actually just tell the trucks to build this section. We need the actual generation online. We need the steam transport and ventilation. We need the water pipe for acid, along with its supply network. Does mean I need all of these pipes till the portion that actually needs to be built. Which is this section. What are you pipes again? The slurry. Okay, that's fine. That can just stay there. All of you need to get built. Does mean those pipes as well. And honestly... no, we'll leave that as ghost pipe for now. All that is fine and good to go. We need depleted uranium transport. And then we need the steel. It'll get shipped along here, brought in from this box. Okay, you are now receiving uranium ore powder. I kind of want to actually assign some haul trucks to you. Let me take a couple off of the working crew. Yeah, let me take like 5. I think this is going to be well in excess of what we need for this purpose, but... yeah. Let's do that. You can't be accessed. Oh, motherfucker. I totally forgot about that. Okay. Cancel that. You guys can't work this job. That's fine. Put you back on the work crew. Ignore what I just did. My brain still is like failing to compute the fact that the large, like the mega trucks cannot go over the bridges. Ugh. Fine. Alright, regardless, we're getting some uranium ore powder in. We are making some yellow cake. So that's getting distributed. We have hydrogen fluoride being produced. In theory, we have enough sulfur, but that is something that we probably want to keep an eye on. That is producing that. That should be producing enriched uranium in a moment. We have steel. Okay. We're getting close to turning this reactor on, which is fucking terrifying. That's fine. I'll be honest. How much does one of these storage units cost? Also, why can't I build that? Oh, because it doesn't have another module, duh. Normally, it's 3 tiles away. Okay. How much do you cost? 150 and 500? Yeah, just build another one. I do not want to be in a position where I accidentally leave this running and I fill up on storage. So that would be very, very bad. We are running into power problems. Why am I not surprised? Fine. We're about to get the nuclear reactor online, hopefully, so... Just pray that's fine. This actually does make a fair amount of toxic slurry. Okay. Potentially problematic. What I'm gonna do is a temporary holdover is do a large tank of this guy. Don't notify me on this one. You are going to drop down into you, get built, destroy this. Okay. Because I want this to kind of get going if we can before looking at waste treatment. Because this is going to cause quite a lot of power drain to treat that wastewater. Which, good God, actually, that's just going to create even more water for us to deal with. And slag. We really need to get the slag trading contract set up. That is really something that I need to get going. Okay. Why are you blocked? Piece of stone. No trucks are complaining they can't reach it. They should be able to. It's just not high enough priority. Probably. Do I just keep dumping the rock for now? Yeah, fuck it. Until I get a... train up here to dispose of rock and shit. Let's just get rid of you. Whatever. This rock mountain monstrosity will have to get bigger for the time being. God. That's just horrifying. Okay, you are almost filled up, which is going to be a problem. Okay. We're slowly getting rid of our stockpile of rock, though, which is nice. We did uranium. We're making rods. Water's ready to go in. Okay. You are still stockpiling on fluoride. That's okay. Okay. While that's stockpiling on some fuel rods and shit, we are not... Are we not making enough powder? No, we're just not transporting enough. Which I'm not surprised with the distance involved. Okay. That is going to be annoying. You know, I kind of wish you could do, like, junctions on the bridges. Then I could, like, split this bridge section off. Do I ever, just to supply uranium, and I guess potentially copper eventually, do I ever just make another bridge? And, like, go all the way direct over there? To run a train? Might not be the worst idea in the world, but it's gonna be really expensive. Hmm. Because that's our problem right now, is we're just not actually supplying enough uranium ore powder to the plant. Just set up dedicated trucks. It's just kind of what we need to do at this point. Do like 16 of them. Kind of see where that goes. You are done. Stop notifying me. That's fine. Why are you backtracking? Where? These crane towers are mildly annoying at points. You separate all the dumpings. I'm mixing waste and slag. No, not particular. Well, you start to more and more as you progress. Early on, no. I basically just dump whatever, wherever I can. Yeah. The only one that I tend to get a bit more specific with early on is dirt. Just because you can kind of play the game. Like, I've got this section right that's at a level of 3. And it's in a tower radius, like one of the mining towers, that is only allowing dirt to be dumped. And so that way the top layer is just pure dirt. But then I could go down like to, what is this, like a level 2, and dump a whole bunch of rocks, slag, waste, whatever, and then just layer dirt on top of it. 2 reasons for that. 1, it just kind of looks nicer. But 2, when it comes to the waste specifically, as long as it has a tile of, like, non-polluting material over the top of it, it won't count towards air pollution. So if you just have like a giant pile of waste sitting somewhere, all of that material is counting towards your air pollution, which will really start to affect your people later on. But you can just bury it, and then it's fine. All truck is struggling. Where are you trying to get to? Those 2 containers. Oh, yeah, of course. I don't know why I even made the ramp there. I did the ramp to help the heavy trucks get to the dirt barrel, but they can't ever get there anyways because they can't go across the damn fucking bridges. I swear. I don't know how long it's going to take my brain to realize that those big trucks can't do that, but taking longer than I expected it to, that's for sure. Alright, we are transporting quite a large amount of uranium ore powder, so hopefully once that gets here, we can maybe start turning this on. I suppose, too, I could just turn it on at a lower burn rate for now, because we're struggling on power. We're also hurting on workers. Time for some more housing upgrades. Yippee! Love having even more people to have to fucking feed. Fine. Hey, only 3 out of the 4 chicken farms are complaining about food. Let's go. I'm sure that's not actually quite right yet, but at least improving. Compost still isn't a problem. Fuel gas isn't a problem. Still not making any meat. We're not slaughtering yet. Same with sausages. Yeah. We just need more. Need more farms. Excavating is taking its sweet time. But that's alright. Finally get rid of all that sand situation. Honestly, concrete over this shit, so not contributing towards pollution. It'll be fine. Limestone mine has run out of designations. Hello? Oh shit. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Do you have a path up over here? Yes. Okay, so we can do a little bit more mining at least. Not totally out of here. Something like that. I don't know. It'll work for now. Oh god, this base is such a mess. Oh wow. That little bit of dumping I keyed up actually emptied all of our dirt supply. Holy shit. Alright, cool. Don't have to worry about that for a minute. Okay, we at least have a decent supply of the uranium powder now. I'm going to save my jam. Because this will be actually my first time activating a nuclear reactor. Let's fucking go. Let's just start it off at a level 1 and see if it's able to sustain itself. Top priority. Okay. It is on. I should probably disable some of these if it's only going to be at a level of 1. Yeah, it's only making 96, so let's pause these. And everything will go through these 2 turbines. Which 12, 6. I can pause these generators as well. Turn off import for now. Ideally, this water is just here for startup. Facility should produce its own water from here on. I'm losing a lot of steam right now. Trying to feed that pipe, so let's pause that. Okay. It looks like we're actually active. Okay. As far as the power consumption is going, we are active. Are we producing our water? Realistically, that might be a little hit or miss for a second because we're not running at full power. I could probably pause this pipe. Yeah. And then that should be consistent. Do I have overflow in case this shit shuts down? No. Do I need it? Maybe. I don't know. We should be fine. Reactor's temps are perfectly good. We're not using any cooling. We're generating power. Okay. This is good. Good. Right now, we only need a touch more power to at least not be struggling for power anymore. So I think I'm going to keep it at a power level of 1. Just for this immediate second. And that will let it back up on some fuel rods as well. Oh, hydrogen fluoride is going to be or not hydrogen fluoride. The toxic slurry is going to be a problem still, though. Okay. Yeah, I gotta start looking at treating that. I really don't want to just be dumping it. How much pollution is this to dump? Oh my god. Oh, that is so bad. God. Yeah, I thought dumping sour water was bad enough, but this shit's even worse. Marginally, it's not that much worse, but it's worse. Okay. Well. Looks like we need to start treating some slurry. That's alright. High supply of rock. That's the coal mine again. I'm not too concerned right now. Yeah, you know what? Turn off your notification. And just leave the notification on the ore sorter. That'll work. Still no trees to harvest. You have plenty of designations. We're just running out of saplings. I think we're technically still recovering on that front. Wait, why? Is it because you're not importing from this? Huh. I'm burning diesel now. I think I did a mistake of relying on heavy oil for power. All stopped when diesel filled up. Yeah. So using like your spare heavy oil and even like light oil, because you said you're at stage 2, right? Even your light oil, sending whatever spare you have to your power plant to burn is a great idea. However, it has to be set up in such a way that it's like extra. Because yeah, anytime your diesel starts to back up, or any of those components later on start to back up, you're gonna run into problems real quick. But don't worry, that's a very common thing. I've done that myself more times than I'd like to admit right now. Oh god. I've got these planters. Are they just not planting fast enough? Do I need more? I think I need more. Okay. If that's the case, let me take... Honestly, do I recycle 2 more of my fucking mega excavators for my work crew? I'm kind of tempted. I'm not even actually keeping them all working right now anyways with the trucks. Fuck it. You go get recycled. You go get recycled. You make 2 more tree planters. Yeah. That'll work. I guess. Okay. Reservoir's doing good. Water supply is doing very good. To be honest, I'd actually like to see this tank destroyed. Damn. Stop that. Destroy. Thank you. And I'm just gonna run you over. Find you. We can get rid of that pipe altogether. Cool. Kind of annoying that my work crew decided to start working from this left side corner instead of the right side. I would have preferred them start over there, but it's fine, I guess. Just means that when I go to expand the farms, I get to expand all of it all at once. It works, I guess. And probably turn more of this power plant to be auto balancing. Especially if I add a couple more flywheels to it. Can't add any on the other side. I try to block myself in, but let's add a couple more flywheels. Burn this at starting at 3, then 4, 5, then 6. You're now totally idle. 5 is kicking on. Even 6 is actually a little bit. I'm going to turn you on auto balance. And nuclear, I'm actually going to up you to power level 2. We're going to unpause that pipe, pause that one, unpause those. Unpause those 2 gens. And transfer how much of that desalination plant is active. Okay. Let's go ahead and maneuver this. Thanks for the follow, clock. Let's get you in here. We do normally name some vehicles after followers. If you want to be a truck, excavator, or I don't know, something else. Thanks for joining us, though. Appreciate it very much. Needs a way to transport steam. Why are you struggling? That's gonna be a problem. A tree cutter. All right. Let's see. I think we only have one more, so you might get the last one. Where? Let me just find it this way. Oh, they're right next to each other. I just didn't see. Yep, we got CNA Franco and large tree harvester. There we go. Fuck. There we go. You are now a tree harvester. Let's go. Currently 511 kilometers driven and just a touch under 7,200 trees cut. Somewhat inheriting some stats there, but that's normal at this stage. All right. Why are you guys having a problem? Output full. Why? Because your pipe is the completely wrong direction. What the fuck happened there? Okay. That is probably backing up. Is that causing problems? Not quite. We are slightly overflowing steam. That's okay. That should fix itself now. That was almost kind of bad, but should be okay now. Yeah, that's not going over 18%, so it's holding it perfectly good. Alright, got some more ship pollution reduction. Go. Probably actually want to just stop researching at this point. So we get our next layers of science. Okay. More of this rock can go. Progress there is good. This crane actually just needs to be retired. So let's reverse that belt. Just destroy you, destroy you, and destroy the train. Yeah. Nice and easy. The uranium's fine. Okay, this is what I wanted to take a look at. Let me actually keep requesting you to be filled up with water. I'm not totally confident on my math here when it comes to the water production. I'm going to get a balancer in here to prioritize from the desalination, but then if there's any gaps in the water flow, we can supply it from our storage tank here. Just for now, until we're confident that this shit is stable. Both you and Clark complaining about trees not being there to harvest. That's fine. Hopefully that's getting improved. Oh, that's right. These two planters need to be assigned. You have saplings. You're exporting to over here. You have saplings. Things are coming to get the saplings. Okay. We should be good to go. Okay. Leave that be for the moment. Toxic slurry is kind of getting out of control. So, kind of need to look at that. How much are we actually producing again? So we're looking at 36, 54. So a grand total here, when all three of these reactors are online, will be... Was that 162? We actually only need 2 of these treatment facilities. So that's fine. Okay. I just realized, didn't something in this process require brine? Why am I remembering something here needing brine? Oh, the treatment itself. Okay. I'm stupid. I was thinking the treatment was outputting brine, but it's part of the input. Okay. That's fine then. The input of toxic slurry is on this side. We can just run that under the bridge very easily. I'll do 2 of these. Brine can get pulled over from here. Up to where actually is that outputting? What's there? I don't really actually have a place to run that, per se. I guess I can just backfeed it underneath all of this mess. Sure, why not? In which case, I want to change this to prioritize that pipe. Yeah. Something like that will work. Bridge, I'm not trying to click on you. Please stop. Alright, I need to make filter media again. It's gonna be a thing. Manufactured sand is my best bet. You guys need a total of 12 per minute. This is gonna make well more than that, so not concerned. You do need a small amount of coal. And then some rock. We're going to crush you up into gravel. And the gravel into sand. How much do you guys need? Not that much. How did I do it at the waste stream, actually? Did I use just the little small guys? Yeah, I did. Actually really not a bad way of doing it. I think I might just copy and paste it. Paste it here and just kind of clean it up for anything that doesn't need to be here. Okay, so that's coal, that's fine. You are the manufactured sand. Oh, you're also using the level 1 mixer. Honestly, yeah, that's fine. That'll consume less power overall. What are you doing here? Get out of here. Okay, I actually have a spare, or a good amount of space here. I'm going to put us in orbit just for a brief, like, I don't know, probably less than 5 minutes to be honest. Use the restroom really quick, grab a drink, and we will get the toxic slurry online. Where do I want to leave off at? I like the nuclear power plant, but there's not really much activity. Well, we'll orbit over here, I guess. Alright. I'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll get the toxic slurry filtration online, and go from there. Be right back. Alright, and we are back. Popped back over. Okay. Toxic slurry treatment. Where was I? Rock. That's right. Coal and rock to make the filter medium. Did I have this ratioed out before? I had you splitting 12 into here, so you're running at half. Then you're only consuming 8. So 4 would go back. You're doing 8. 2/3 of this. Like guaranteed about 24. That's still plenty filter medium for this. Oh yeah, this will work. Where I'm going to put it, we will find out. Brine is actually a pretty easy part of this. You know, let's actually move this a little bit more this way. And that leaves room for us to do salt activities anyways. I don't need to worry about that. Hello? Pipe? Want to connect? Thank you. We can run this right along here. And drop our brine down on in. That'll be nice and easy. So the thing is, this is going to be producing water. This whole process is producing water. I'm gonna put that down again just to see if this is draining, but realistically it shouldn't be. Yeah, we're even actually outputting water right now. Which is exactly what we kind of want to be seeing. You know what? Just in case, really quick, I'm gonna put a large cooling tower at the end of this. And its literal only purpose is just in case this steam pipe does overfill. We are going to overflow into it and dump the water. Should that ever happen? No. Might it happen? Also, yes. Destroy that real quick. Place it. Already out. Okay. And we can just build that at some point. But just as a little bit of a sanity check, I want that overflow. I am not taking any chances with this nuclear setup. Okay. So the other thing is this is going to produce water. Realistically, I don't have a whole lot to do with that right this second. Bridge, I'm not clicking on you. Thank you. So I'm gonna dump the water. Not into the pipe. There we go. Off back into the ocean. Eventually, I'll redirect this water with priority somewhere. So that way, hopefully it gets used instead of just thrown out. But that just kind of makes my life simple right now. And I like simple. The slag. What do I want to do with the slag? Probably just bring it immediately into a storage, to be honest. Although, how much is this producing? Ooh, that's actually a lot of slag. 60 per minute out of each of those. That's kind of rough. Okay. I think we are going to just bring it out into a storage, but it's going to be a big fat one. And we'll deal with it that way. Bring the filter media production pretty close in. Just belt that over. Slag can get lifted over all of this. Just utilize a single lift here. Bring that out. Get rid of that. Notify me if this ever gets full. Coal, you already have a coal belt here, right? Yes, we do. Wonderful. Can't actually copy from there. Fine. You look like a 5th height, so we'll go with that. And that connects nicely. Rock, honestly, just ship you in via truck. That's fine. What I'm doing on the other one anyways. Slurry is almost full on its main container. Okay. Go ahead and pile that up. Ooh. Alright, well, only small trucks will go through here then. I can't even do a height of 3. I gotta do a height of 2. Damn. What are these trucks able to go under? It looks like 2 they can, but... Alright. Well, we will see if they're able to. Pipes to distribute the slurry. Nice and easily. Okay. That should be good to go. We can get all that built. Hey, okay. Trucks can pass under there, so we're good. Low supply of rock. Oh, that's fine. Just the one we just built. Okay, start processing some slurry. We should be good to go to start expanding nuclear. Realistically. I probably don't need this many trucks assigned to this one box anymore. I wish I could see in this menu, like, I've got 16 trucks assigned to this storage, right? I wish it showed a number underneath saying how many of those trucks were idle. Like, we have the idle statistics for overall, but I want to know specifically on these 16 that I've assigned which ones are idle. That would be really nice. are you guys stopped? You're full up on rock. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Okay. You guys are slowly emptying out. I think I need to... I want to start leveling off over here anyways. Start getting some cranes going in that direction. Could be okay. 32 segments, probably way too much. I mean, actually, no, that's totally fine for it. Probably even like 35. This one, however, that will be way too much. 20, 15, 16, 17, 17 looks good. Another one here. 10, no, 12, 13. 13 looks good. And we'll have a small one. Go down from that. Did that get moved? Yes, it did. Move that back. All right. Small one on the side of that. That will be 8 segments. Okay. That's just fine. Loose conveyor. We will redirect some of this nonsense. 5 belts up. Let's instead actually take 4 belts. We'll have 1 dedicated to the export budget. Yeah. Alright, why are you still here? Get out of here. You guys be somewhat cautious of mountainside here. This is gonna be kind of pricey to run all these belts, but gotta get rid of the stone somehow. Alright, build all that. Build all that. Might need to Unity build that section. I'll see. Even the belts just in general. Low supply of rubber. Yeah, God, I just consumed so much rubber making those belts. That's fine. We'll recover with time. It'll be fine. Hopefully. In the meantime, though, I'm going to pause the belts on the rock to this tower because we seem to be running into slag problems. And now is not the time to run into slag problems. Get rid of those two. We are draining our slurry, so that is going well. Cool. You are blocked due to rock things. I'm not surprised. Let's, you know what? Train depot. Let's make another train. Should I do a diesel this time? Or I could do nuclear too, but... I'm not confident enough in our fuel gas production to make a turbine locomotive yet. Our diesel's kind of teetering on the edge though, so I probably shouldn't. Alright, screw it. We'll just do steam. All the other ones we haven't done a tender on. This one I'm actually kind of tempted to throw one on. Not because I'm concerned about the range at the moment, but just later on. This is going to be transporting our rock, and likely will go all over the place. At least 6 of those. This is going to be too long for our depot. Let's get an extension. Build that faster, please. Thank you very much. Okay. If I go for 6, it can carry almost 3,000 at a time. Even just go extending to 4 or 8, I mean, gives us almost 4,000. I'm kind of tempted, I'm not gonna lie. Because right now its purpose is going to be draining the stone supply from both the iron, copper, and coal mines up here on Ore Mountain. We're not having trucks handle any of that anymore. Later on, it'll probably be doing more things, but... If I did... Okay. If I did make it that size, that is 98 tiles long. It's a big boy. Get me my track, and let's make a little measuring stick. 98 tiles would be here. I can make that work. I could definitely make that work. Stick that one up there and get rid of this one. Up there. That'll work. Yeah. Okay, but if it's doing 8, I'll probably extend this station by 2 modules, and then it'll fill up in 2 passes. Base-wise, whole thing will fit there. Don't feel like the whole thing's gonna fit there, but I think we can still make it work. Alright, swap your direction around. You are going to be stone pickup. Unrestricted. You are going to be stone. Nope, sorry, rock. change the station name. Rock pickup. Set all those up. Let's actually get the train building, because we are going to do this. But 8 cars is going to be too long even for our extended depot, so we gotta build another one. Let's just actually wait for that to complete. Train pollution upgrade. Let's go. 1-2 vehicle pollution. I think that's the last one I have queued up for now. Yeah. Alright. New train. Build. You are definitely pricey. That is fine. Sure, that works. Hopefully. Get this guy over here. Most of the time it's going this way, so let's just keep it out of the way as much as we can. Going that way. Cool. So it has all this stretch of curve to be able to sit on if it needs to. Otherwise, if it needs to switch over to this other side, let's not complicate things massively, we'll just add it. Actually, that's not gonna work. If I do a tiny little stop there, and it does have to pull up, it's gonna complain about the station. We're just not gonna let it go that way. If it needs to go that way, it can technically route there by looping around down at the ore drop, coming back up here, flying through one of these stations, and taking the bottom track. It'll work. Alright, let's get all of that built. And then set up our distribution for the actual stone loading. Do little setups just like that. Not too concerned about this loading quickly or anything, so we'll just put it here. Put a couple lifts there to pull from. And we can balance across those 2 lanes. Which unfortunately does mean that I kind of want that ramp somewhere else. Mildly unfortunate, but it's fine. We can still work with it. Over like that, and in. Nice and simple. That built. And rock. Let's pause those outputs. Delete you. Get you a new one. That should still go underneath that track. Wonderful. And then we will just path you around and in there. Oh, I did not want to build any of that. Oops. Okay. Go and stop exporting. You are going to be purely handled by the conveyor belts. Is that one belt processing through enough rock? No, not really, but hopefully over time it does. Invalid route assigned. Oh, because you have an export still. That's fine. Okay. Now, down here, is where this gets a little tricky. Because I need to make sure everywhere stays nice and clear for trucks as much as I can. But I want to get the train stopped as far as I can, kind of down this way. I should be able to do a little turnaround in this space. Yes, I can. Yeah. Where essentially we will take same station setup. Put it over here. Actually set this to be bi-directional so the tracks stop fighting me. Come on, you can do it. There you go. Loop that around, bi-directional on that section. Only thing is that technically I need this to be able to be fueled. But I think what I might actually... I think I'll just have it turn the coal station into a fuel station. Because it's already got the fuel. I can just route it through here and tell it not to pick up anything. And the station's always remaining empty 99% of the time anyways, so that should be fine. Okay. Now, in terms of getting the tracks over there, that is going to be a different question. Hello? I think the slightly unlevel ground is causing some issues with the tracks. So we will take it across the ground to begin with. Then bring it up towards the end here. Something like that should be just about perfect. Okay. And we'll actually leave it there for now. Because I gotta figure out what I'm doing with this junction. just converting that to a bidirectional track at this point, so that works for me. That can go that way. I'm not concerned about that track connecting. I need to exit and come on. So that works. And after that, get a little bit of elevation behind it. Sure. That works for me. You got trapped. Let's recover you. And go ahead and get all of this built. Yep. Balancer's going to still be here. Should be able to actually have this still on my list. There we go. Gotta flip all the belts. And there we go. Now, to maintain throughput, and just feed it through a couple lifts and into, well, into another one, but it's got to be lower because the ground is not quite level here. There we go. That'll work. Yeah. Get another couple of these lifts. Run it into the towers. Yep. And the next one. Kind of has some issues with the track being in the way, but that's fine. Alright, build all of these up. That. You are going to be rock drop. Unrestricted. Unload of rock. Paste those settings across. New train line. New line. You are going to be for rock. And I'll start that with a base. And I think we'll just swap these around. 40, 40, 40. There we go. Alright, so add stop. We're going to pick up rock. We're going to drop it off. After we drop it off, actually remove that. Oh yeah, no, add it. Coal ore drop is going to be a fuel station. I'm gonna have to set it on the train itself to not pick up anything. Well, actually, I'll be good. I don't have to do anything. Because we're going to be hitting the coal ore drop after we've already dropped off all of our rock. Set those conditions there. So we're already empty, and we're going to an unloading station. So that'll be just fine. Or actually, will it? I'm not sure if it will. Because this has a condition for if all modules are empty. So if the coal station's not actually requesting a train, that isn't going to trigger. Okay, change of plans, because that's not going to work. We are going to need a dedicated fueling station. Can I squeeze one in here? Not with where I have the conveyor belts. Could potentially squeeze one at the end. Let's see. Again, slight conveyor belt conflict. Alright, let's rearrange some of this. Alright, you are going to set off at the end. Low fuel module. Unrestricted. No train limit. Temp fuel station. That will work. Then I just need to reroute these belts in a way that does not conflict with that. Alright. That works. And now I just need to redirect some water over that direction. Which perfectly lines up over here. We'll do a bit of that. And then coal. Basically identical situation. Alright. That should be good to go. Now we can pull up our train line again. Name this the rock distribution or something. I don't know. Distribution. I think that's right. Remove that station, add this one, and go there only if you need fuel. Yeah. Which, since this train actually has a tender, shouldn't be too frequently. Full, empty, should be good to go. Rock distribution. Let's follow this guy on its maiden trip. The longest train yet. Curious to see how well it actually handles the bridge incline. Because that might be kind of interesting. At least once again, it is climbing empty. We've definitely been kind of lucky in the fact that all of our transportation is full going downhill and empty going up. such stupid track work. I hate it so much, but I can't help but be amused by it. Our train numbers are slowly increasing. Might need to actually run some more belts for the rock. Which I'm not surprised by, but... I should just do that real quick. I didn't add one in here. Kind of easily. There we go. And, oh, cannot find path. Why can you not find a path? Oh, because track is not built yet. That's fine. Looks like we're actually just short on the rail parts themselves. Which I'm not surprised by. We don't actually have, like, a legit production for those. And it's mostly just relying on us having a crate full of it. So, that's fine. Add another crate here. Double up our production of rail parts just real quick. Since now we actually have the resources to do so. It's not gonna kill us. There we go. We're not hurting on wood, are we? Kind of are. Kind of is running into a problem. You guys are running out of saplings. Am I really about to have to make this a like mega greenhouse just for saplings? I think I am. Alright, well, we'll see if that's enough. Hopefully it is. Okay. Should be good. There we go. How much are you holding again? Yep. Just a bit shy under 4,000 rock. Beautiful. Is this able to actually keep up? Looks like it is. Beautiful. Worked better than I thought it would. Good stuff. Alright. Now at least I don't need to be dealing with trucks trying to take rock back and forth. Although there's definitely still issues there on throughput, clearly. I'm hoping it's just because like we're going through just a heavy amount of rock on coal, so as long as we're mining enough coal to keep that bucket filled, we should be fine. I'm not too concerned about it. Okay. How much better does the extra belt help with this situation? Well, not massively, considering this has a bunch of rock in it right now. Do I need to get 2 of these running? I might need to. Okay. I'm going to actually change how I'm doing all these belts. I have to do the large ones. That's fine. We can actually go underneath those belts. And it fits in the area, so it's like it was made for it. I totally planned this in advance. And your guys' job is to believe me when I tell you that. Be slightly annoying to work with here, but it's fine. Okay. You are already essentially getting 2 belts out. That's fine. You just need to join the party. You can go in there. You can go in there. You go right there. And I just need another one on this side. That'll work. Alright. Unity build the rest of that. That should be pretty good to go. So, buckets will help distribute things to multiple station pieces. They're just doing the role of the balancer, essentially. But them having a large amount in them allows them to fill these loading stations up very quickly. So we should have little to no downtime actually loading the train. And on top of that, it's just a large amount of additional buffer for the mines. So hopefully that whole system does not back up as badly as it was. And if it does, that means I need more trains hauling rock. Where is that train coming? Here we go. No, I don't want the bridge. I want the train. Game. Oh my god. There we go. This last little bug fix patch they did, I think they may have slightly increased the hitbox of the bridges, because I'm having a lot more issues clicking on things. Alright, 52, 50, yeah, you're definitely slowing down more than the others. Not surprised by, but it's not too bad. I think that's still perfectly usable, so that's fine with me. Right, but in terms of loading time, yeah. Stations stay completely full, so this is loading at maximum speed. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Alright. And at this point, now we're backed up on coal, so these will slow down mining. Backed up on iron. Those will slow down mining, and we'll get less rock overall. We should be good. A little bit of a hassle, but should be good. Sludge is going well. They're stacking up on uranium rods. Again, I kind of want to just leave this low powered until that fills up a bit more. Realistically, we've done the math. As long as there's literally one in here, we should be fine, but we'll just hold off and make sure about that situation before going forward. Past that, you need to start thinking about how we're going to get uranium ore powder down here, because I did not think about that ahead of time, and I should have. Realistically, it could just be another drop-off zone here, and we could belt it over. Not too bad. Problem with that is kind of all that traffic has to come down this bridge. And how am I getting a train from over here onto that bridge? I'm not sure is the answer. Because I think the concept of running another bridge off the side of here probably is a little ridiculous. Might be what we go with, though. It just might be. But realistically, I wouldn't mind trying to get some train tracks coming through here. Then from there, they could actually hook up to the depot, maybe? And in a roundabout way, that could connect down to the lower level. It would be a journey, but we could just make it a fairly large train like the Rock and have it only go when it's actually requested. And then it should be fine, to be honest. Low supply of copper. Hello? How? Actually, how? Copper plate. Started about 25 years ago, and we just started dropping. I've literally not done anything that has increased our copper consumption. Besides, I guess maybe electronics? But even that, so... we're looking at 27 per pair. 27 times 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 108. Science isn't actually really anything. We have another 48 for maintenance. How are we doing on that, actually? 480, 960. Ooh, we are about maxed out on our maintenance numbers. Okay. Ow. That kind of hurts. That's rough. But that's another 48, so add 48 to that. And then all of these, that's 24 times 5. 24 times 5. 276. That's using those components. This is just using those components. I don't think there's anything else using copper directly. But 276 a minute. We're doing 24 times 8. Oh, fuck. Well, I see our copper problem. Oh, goody. Alright, well, we can somewhat hold that off by pausing research. I'm not really doing anything valuable there anyways, so that can hold for the moment. Construction parts has to continue, so that just continues. Okay, that is a problem we're gonna have to look into. Still slowly excavating here. Alright, so next items. Ooh, actually our rock has dropped off pretty good. Nice. Backed out of all those containers. Next items on the agenda. Actually building the rest of the power plant. Once we get our rock all dealt with, we can get all 3 of those reactors up to full capacity if we really wanted to. Shouldn't need it, at least for now, but if we wanted to, we could. Get that built. Copper. Going to need a major expansion. Now that we have a fair amount of power to play with, once that gets situated, we should be able to start using arc furnaces now. So we'll modernize that, get arc furnaces going, get more copper production. That'll be second, or first, depending on how things fall, but that'll be second on the list. Third, continue excavating this mountain. Hopefully expand the farms. I really want to get rid of these old farms that are just dotted around. It would be really helpful. Free up a lot of land. Be able to expand the city some more. Just kind of a pain in my ass right now. So expand the farms, get food production more solid or solidly set up and good to go. Water's at least fine, so that's nice. Fourth thing will be somehow getting a train off of this mountain with uranium ore powder and down to the nuclear reactor. How we're going to do that, that's going to be an adventure for when the time comes. We got a good bit done today, though. Unfortunately, did get a little bit later of a start to the stream today, but should be much earlier tomorrow. We will be doing Satisfactory tomorrow. Captain of Industries will be on the next day, so Tuesday. And we're probably going to kind of teeter-totter back and forth on those for at least now. See how well my laptop holds up to the Satisfactory pain. But yeah, anyways, hope you all enjoyed. Hope, if you learned anything. Hope it was valuable information, or you just enjoyed my painful antics and cluttered catastrophe of a base. As always, I will leave you guys orbiting just for a couple seconds here. If you liked what you see, please do remember to drop me a follow. It does help me out quite a lot, and I appreciate it. Catch you all in the next one.